Oh man, am I gonna pay for this tomorrow? Oh man, am I gonna pay for this tomorrow? Oh, oh, chat, hold me. Please don't. I just gotta make it till the end of the flame trench. I just gotta make it. If we make it to the end of the flame trench, good. We make the fog, we'll be all right. If we make the fog. Oh. What an exciting morning. I the nozzle Zafiro rocket guy Zafiro 40. Yeah, that's not great. Rocket guy, I went on a good had a good little spiel about SRBs deciding to not SRB and how historically that's extremely bad and how ULA really dodged a bullet yesterday. Or this morning. Tori said it was right on target. They're GNC guys, yeah. The guidance system compensated, man. I'm telling you, the only reason that thing made it is because it had no payload. That's the only way. Dude, that's it. If that had Dream Chaser on top of it, Dream Chaser would be at the bottom of the ocean right now. I missed it. What happened? Oh, like here. All right. Here. Look at this. Look at this footage from Max here. This is coming from Max Evans. Watch. You tell me if you see anything wrong here. Everything's good. Still good. Nope. Not good. Keep watching. Oh, see. Oh, there's some parts coming off there. Oh. So, let's go back to right around here. You see that? That's not that guy. See that guy? I wouldn't worry about that guy. Yeah, that's not good. That's really, really not good. Look at the rocket flying sideways. I can't believe this thing. I can't believe it. I can't believe it didn't run. I I just I can't believe that. They blew the chamber on the SRB. The whole aft casing of that SRB came off. Totally gone. And the B4 is compensated. Yeah, it gets nuttier. Look, just more. Oh, dude, the GNC guys need a raise. It's not, you don't really design your guidance system to lose solid rocket motor propulsion because when you lose solid rocket motor propulsion, you usually have to worry about other things other than, oh, are we going in the right direction? But according to Joy Bruno, they made it. Check it out. Bullseye chart coming. I imagine some of you are especially curious. Orbital insertion was perfect. Yeah, it compensated, dude. Joy Bruno on flying with Dream Chaser. Incorrect. Rocket performed as designed, compensating for the reduced thrust of SRM number 1. Propellant consumption was within baseline. Always present reserves and margins based on payload mass were unaffected. Bro. I retract my previous statement. I've never been happier to be wrong. Oh, man. I was thinking it was just the nozzle extension. The throat is still together. Definitely wild. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how that's a thing, but I'm pretty sure that guy knows more about rockets than I do. So, yeah. Anyway. Sweet. Never been happier to be wrong, dudes. Oh. A launch and a fireworks show. How fun. That's pretty good. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Have you lost interest in Hearts of Iron 4, or do you not want to watch the DLC trailer? I'm running off 3 hours of sleep, Creeper, and that's what you defaulted to? Oh, he must not be interested in Hearts of Iron 4. Not that he's so damn tired he didn't see you say anything about it. What's Hearts of Iron 4? What are you talking about? I'm assuming you probably said something before and I didn't see it. Bro, I got 3 hours of sleep. Give me a freaking break. You got a whole 3 hours. What are you complaining about? You, mostly. Chat. But yeah, you and chat. Yeah, that's who I'm mostly complaining about. Do you have coffee ready? Oh, I'm ready. We're gonna be groggy for a little bit, but we'll get there. We got work to do. Biomass. Oh. I was linking it yesterday too, but yeah, after linking it as many times and you not saying anything, I just wondered if you had lost interest so you weren't addressing it. I have not lost interest in Hearts of Iron. Oh, God. Were you... You know, now I have to ask. Were you linking it during the Vulcan launch this morning? Or when I was doing this morning? Or yesterday? Here's the trailer. No, I don't want to watch it now. Both, and it didn't dawn on you that there might be more pressing issues going on if you were linking it during, like, this morning? Nozzle anomaly on SRM-1. Reduced in asymmetric thrust. Rocket compensated as designed. Nominal trajectory. Bullseye insertion. Sweet.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Not the launch itself, but the hold. You know, if you guys don't give me a break, I'm gonna go take a break. That's what's gonna happen. Barrel. Nuts. No, I need the Xenobasher. Give me that back. Factory needs to grow. No one's going anywhere. Reaper, we will look at the Hearts of Iron trailer when I'm a little more with it. I've been dealing with some other things as of late that have to do with rockets. Okay, I have not lost interest in playing that game. All right. Titan surprise. What do we got? Hello, Titans. Hey, what do you got for me? Some encased beams. Got some quartz. Oh, yeah. You know, I petted Titan 1 today, and he didn't give me anything. Yeah, good boy. Oh, barrel nuts. Thank you. Oh, look at all my boys. If you don't feel good, go get some rest. I'm fine. There's nothing to it but to do it at this point. Besides, look at all these Titans. They need me. Thanks for the coverage this morning. Yeah, it's all good. Alright, let's at least get a little bit of work on this done. I wanted to get 10 hours of work on this freaking done today, but that ship sailed. Oh, them Titos. Ah. Yeah, guys, just give me a second to get over the grogginess. And once again, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like this is healthy and that you should do this, but if I don't get a lot of sleep, it takes a little bit longer to wake up. That's all. I'll get it. We'll pop out of it. Don't worry. Oh, yeah. Did you get any sleep? I don't know, maybe 3 hours, dude? Maybe? Oh, yeah, we gotta do... Fudge. That's gonna suck! Barrel nuts, barrel nuts, barrel nuts, 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 nice, nice, nuts. Yeah. Man, that sucks. You know what we need? Nice, Nova. Oh, dude, no, I just joined. Oh, sorry. My bad. Oh, hell yeah, hell no. Clearly, there's divided opinions about that song. Blasted into my ears. Oro. You have that book? I don't have the SMAD book. I don't think. Goat Simulator is goated music. It is goated music, yes. It was Rocket Guy's recommendation. Rocket Guy will not steer you wrong. He's a cool guy, and Rocket is in his name. Man, this is pretty sweet. I did a lot of work. All right. Do we want to watch that trailer now, boys? Creeper, link it up. Let's go. I'm a little more awake. Not by much. Not by much, but yeah, we'll get there. Let me synergize. Promote synergy like a boss. So how are you? You still got nozzle on the brain? I'm nothing about computers. My mom got one. She put a couple games on it. Tori Bruno Hellfish said that the and dude, I was saying that Dream Chaser should belong, like, if there was a payload on this, I don't think it would have made it. Tori Bruno said on Twitter that he's like, nah, it would have compensated, even if it had Dream Chaser on board. And I'm like, wow, that's I've never been happier to be wrong about something. Did you get any sleep? I got the concept of sleeping down. I just lied in my bed. This is my own fault, dudes. I'm not blaming nobody. I wanted to get a good night's sleep and stream Satisfactory. What the hell's going on there? Stream Satisfactory all day, but I had a disgusting bout of insomnia last night because I drank too much caffeine. I did not go to sleep. I was up all the way until the Vulcan launch. I should have just streamed. Yeah. So I got, after the Vulcan launch, I got probably about I went to bed at like 9:30 and woke up at 11:30. Oh, that's only 2 hours of sleep. Shit. Balls. All right, where's this trailer, boys? Another nap then? I'll be good. I know you covered on Flame Trench, but TLDR, what's this morning's launch? Vulcan launched Cert 2, and I'll go scroll through the chat. Vulcan had its Certification 2 mission, and a nozzle. They had what's called nozzle burn through on the on one of the GEM 63s. Hang on, real quick before we jump into Satisfactory. What's this about? Let's see, boys. Oh, it's 8 minutes. Expansion Pass is what this is called, huh? For hearts?
Faithful subjects and brave warriors of the German Empire.
The German Empire? That's a rat tank. What the frick you gonna do with that? I just want to let everybody know, for contextual sake, it was not the German Empire in 1945, okay? Actually, it may have been if they may have called that. They won, but they didn't win. Sucks to be you, man. Big expansion plus country pack plus 3D models. The helmets are wrong? Yeah, those are U.S. Army helmets. You're absolutely right. Those are not German Reich helmets. Those aren't Wehrmacht helmets. That's U.S. Those are U.S. Hearts wouldn't get that wrong though, Hellfish. Uh-oh. 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 Yep. Yeah, Germania. Yeah. Okay. This is Man in the High Castle stuff. That is not a rat. It's bigger. That's a rat tank, dude. It's got the Bismarck. It's got the Bismarck guns on it. That, what, 380 mil? Those are the 380 mil guns from... It's missing a... What the frick is that? I mean, no, that's the right size, Yannick. Oh, am I wrong? Like... So... Some context here, and obviously there's not the right symbology there. They have Holy Roman Empire symbology, but I think that's on purpose. The Germans, if they had won, wanted to make Berlin the cultural capital of their empire, right? That's why they're saying German Empire and not German Reich, right? It's funny because they wanted to build a capital. They wanted to build something that was better than the U.S. Capitol, and that was built in neoclassical architecture, so it looked like Roman almost, because they love that kind of stuff. Fun fact: Berlin isn't Rome. There's actually see that building right there? There's no way they would have been able to make that building sit in Berlin. Berlin is sandy and marshy. It's funny because, just on some quick context, Albert Speer, who was Hitler's right-hand man, and don't get me wrong, I know this for historical context. I hate these people. It's important to understand people that you don't like. Albert Speer, who was his chief architect, right? He built a thing in Berlin to test as a soil testing device, right? It's called the Schwebelastungskorper. Yeah, it was basically one of the pillars for one of the pilings that they would need to hold that stupid thing up, the Germania Reich building, right? And what he did was he built it, and it fell into the swamp. Yeah, it deflected way too much. It's still there for what it's worth. Yeah. They basically put a big concrete weight on one of the pillars that they were going to need to build a building that big, and they wanted to see how much it sat into the soil, and it sank way too far into the soil, which was pretty funny. He said no plane will fly over Berlin. He did say that, dumbass. Sure. History proved that to be a lie. Jackass. Anyway, yeah. Fun fact. Yeah, if you like civil engineering, they built this thing, a big, gigantic freaking concrete weight on one of the prototype footings for that stupid thing, and they figured out you wouldn't have been able to make that. They would have had to build it somewhere else. You couldn't build it in Berlin where they wanted to. They wanted to build it where the Reichstag building is. It's no friggin' way you would be able to do it. It's too heavy. They would have had to dig down to bedrock. I'm not saying they wouldn't have done it, Yannick, but dig down to bedrock. Have fun with that, pal.
Our Reich now dominates Europe.
Ugh, cringe.
A testament to the power and resolve of the German nation.
Holy balls, that's a rat tank. So, this was a concept that Germany never did, but they wanted to do it. Note this down here. So, you see that the secondary armament on the rat? That's an 8.8. That's an 8.8 centimeter. That's the secondary armament. The main armament on the rat tank, dude, the rat tank is basically a battleship turret. A battleship turret with treads. They wanted to do this. I'm not sure why you'd want to do this, because remember that whole European sandy, silty soil thing? What the hell is that going to do if you go through the Netherlands or something? What's that going to do? Any Dutch people here? Anyone? What are you going to do with that? What's that going to do on the Eastern Front? What are you going to do with that? It's in Paris in this picture. How the hell did you get that to Paris? Yeah, see the tiger right there? I don't know if that's a tiger. It's not a mouse, but yeah. Dubai is built on sand too. Yep. Yeah, that aged like fine milk. Yeah, see that building? That's what they wanted to build. They wanted to rename Berlin to Germania. Yeah, none of this happened because, well, to be quite frank, them. That's why none of this happened.
The mighty have
Ugh.
fallen. The burdens of their side are being paid back in the fear of our
I have one of those. I just need one. Maybe two.
It is German science that has sharpened our dagger. And it is German science that will deliver
Oh no.
our final strike.
Not, not, not. Not a fan of this. Nah. Not a fan of that. not really a fan. Ooh, Hortons. Gotcha Damarong.
My name is Thomas Weinfeld, and I'm the design lead for Hearts of Iron 4. The primary theme for this expansion is the restoration and creation of empire, like restoring Germany after World War I, or even trying to restore the strong Austro-Hungarian Empire. It is also about trying to do the things that allow you to achieve or stop those ambitions, like, for example, the development of various super weapons.
Hi, I'm Manuel Molina. I'm a content designer on Hearts of Iron 4.
Yeah, we'll be playing this. If it's got rat tanks in it, we'll be playing this. Aggregate, that's right. Reichskommissariat. Oh, I just want to get to the release roadmap. We can watch a little bit of this later. Yannick, what does Gotterdammerung mean? Graveyard of Empires. Afghanistan? Prototype Vehicles Unit Pack. Oh. Dawn of the Gods. Danke. Kaiki. Danke schon. Probably would have never nuked the US. Yeah. Interesting. Alright, we can watch more of this later. I was hoping that wouldn't be awesome, but it's awesome, and we're gonna have to watch that. We'll probably do it on Monday, guys. We could watch a more detailed thing. That tank that they were referring to, it's called a P-1000 Rat. Once again, Land Cruiser P-1000 Rat. It is a battleship turret with treads. The secondary batteries on this are those are regular tank turrets. Yeah, they wanted to do this. I'm not 100% sure why. I think they wanted to do it just to be like, yo, look at what we did. Our tanks are bigger than yours. Nah. Right? The Mouse was the biggest tank that Germany built. They only built 2 of them, though, because it never got past the prototype, because they found the Mouse to be useless. Reason why it was useless, because it was slow. It had a big freaking gun on it. That's great. You can't move it anywhere because it gets stuck. So they only made 2 of those. They made a bunch of Tigers, though. Tigers are a pretty formidable tank for the time. But yeah, all this thing is gonna do is be a bullet magnet, just like the Tirpitz was. It's all, I mean, it's a land battleship. That's what it is. It's not the smartest decision. I'm not gonna sit here and say that actually isn't kind of cool. That's pretty neat. But also, you'd be idiotic to freaking field this. What a waste of resources. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that's kind of neat, but also, perspective, 1,400 Tigers, 50,000 Shermans. Yeah, that's what I mean, dude. What the heck is this thing gonna do on the battlefield other than just make it, hey, I'm over here, shoot at me. How many Tigers could you make? Oh, somebody answered that question. Yeah. They did this just to be like, look at how big a tank. Ha 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 ha. That's the whole reason why they even bothered. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say like whatever this thing hits is whatever you hit with that thing is going to die. That gun is designed to blow up battleships. That same style of cannon, if I'm looking at this right, is the one that basically ammo racked the hood. So you shoot this at like a Sherman tank, it'll obliterate it. There will be no Sherman tank left. But I don't think this thing would have survived a couple of tall boys. You hit this thing dead center or even close to it with a couple of tall boys, it throws a track, you're screwed. Anyway. That's pretty cool, dudes. Thanks for linking that up. I'm a little more awake now, so let's jump in. More mobile Gustav. That's not... The Gustav cannon is bigger than that thing. Schwerer Gustav is way bigger than that thing. Super. Yeah, the Gustav was large. But with ME-262 support, it would be a beast. Imagine the engine to run that thing. Engines. It's a battleship with treads. Shy. That's what it is. No, Slackster, I haven't. It was Cope. It was Cope, dude. No, the reason... Like, dude, I'm not sure how... That thing would have been useless on the battlefield, but I understand why they wanted to make it. The Nazis had grandiose thoughts. They wanted to make a bigger tank to show, like, they're better. They wouldn't be... It's like the same kind of mentality... Not that we're even remotely on the same level. This is a kind of a false equivalency on my part because, once again, screw them and everything they're about. They wanted to show, like, look at what we can make. We can make a bigger tank than you. We can make a better train than you. Look, we can make better guns than you. Look, we can make rockets. You don't have those. Look, we can make jets. We can make jets better than you. It's kind of the same idea. To export like ideology that the Soviet Union and the U.S. had during the Cold War, same kind of mentality. But also, frick them, because theirs is all based off of lies, because they're pieces of trash. Like, I don't think it needs to be said, but also, you never know in this day and age. Yeah, if a battleship cannon hits a tank barrelicious, ain't gonna be no tank left. You don't atomize, like not atomize, you don't vaporize the tank. There's so much heat from a battleship shell, there's so much energy exploding that heat and energy has to go somewhere. It's better not to forget. You're damn right, dude. Marco, I'm a student of history, and I know people throw that around willy-nilly nowadays. I actually go and read. It's very important to learn this stuff. Very important. You don't mess around with people's rights like that. That's not... It's not good. It's not good stuff. Frick them. Like, I don't think it needs to be said, but I'm gonna say it just to be sure. Frick them times 3. Like, I don't want anybody getting any funny ideas, you know. Frick them. They got their butt handed to them by the U.S. and the Soviets. And the British, you guys were there. You guys were there. You helped. A little bit. All right. Drummer's like, oh, mate, we helped too. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You... Actually, Drummer, there's a reason why I brought up the Tirpitz when I was talking about the, There's a reason why I brought up the Tirpitz when I was talking about that damn thing, because Churchill was obsessed with going after the Tirpitz. So he sent Lanks with 10,000-pound bombs after the damn thing to make sure that the Tirpitz wouldn't achieve its fleeting being to screw convoys going to the Soviet Union. Famous raid, dude. Dude, the Tirpitz got hit dead center with a freaking 10,000-pound bomb. It blew a hole in the side and the thing capsized. Dude, if it was enough to capsize a battleship, can you imagine a tall boy hitting that rat? There'd be no rat left. It'd look like a scrapyard. Yeah, revenge for the hood. You're damn right, man. Did you know that French tanks have rear view mirrors so they can see the battle? Oh, no. Oh, no. Last booze. This is what it looks like when a battleship round hits a tank. Yeah, there's really nothing left. Well, Dink, that's the real secret of this whole geopolitical thing. He who dies with the most toys wins. Oh, shit! Hey! Oops. Hey, my name is EJ and I like to waste novelisks. You'll love this channel, the operations room. I love learning about military history, dude. It's so damn good. You thought you were a goat. Yeah, that's fair, Enroy. That's fair. We're making a stadium. That's right, boys. All right. Yeah, talking about history kind of woke me up there. Maybe that was a good idea to watch that. He goes into incredible detail about the battles during World War II and other conflicts. I love learning about that stuff, Drummer. It's my favorite. French soldiers fought their tails off. They were let down by their leaders. They suffered 200,000 KIA in the battle. Yeah. Want to wake up? The Battleship Mighty Moe's scene? I can't watch that without the VOD getting absolutely nuked. Reinsert iron into the atmosphere. Damn right, Devil Dog. Damn right. Hardcore history fan? Dude, any history. Any military history, it's important to... like I said, I'm a student of history, guys. Like that... You have nothing to draw modern conclusions to if you don't know about this stuff. And don't get me wrong, I'm not like I watched a couple of YouTube videos about the Nazis and now I know all about it. Actually, Brimo and we read tons of stuff about it. Papers and like all kinds of things. Anything we can get our hands on. We both like history. I mean, we do that with Rome too, for what it's worth. That's why we had our honeymoon there. But Dan Carlin's awesome. Donnie, Bree and I listen to Dan Carlin. Yeah, super good. Are you on a different planet than Earth? Yeah, this game is in the distant future, where obviously we can build stuff like that and build space elevators. This is not Earth. This is planet Massage 2B. They're kind of indescript about where it is in the universe, but this is not even not anywhere near Earth. Look closely. What? The shells leaving the frame center right? Yeah. But yeah, guys, that's when I play Hearts of Iron, for the people, if you don't know me, when I play Hearts, I usually use it to as an avenue to explain like World War II history and stuff, and then we put it into scenarios where we have like it goes into all history and whatever. You watching Indy Nadel's Korean War series? I'm not, actually. But once again, yeah, it's important to understand, not just listen to the history and make judgments on it, but to understand why it unfolded the way it did. Everything has a root cause there. There's always a reason. And as far as I can tell, when being a student of history, that most major conflicts happen when people have mommy and daddy issues. Have you noticed how Massage 2A orbits Massage wrong in the sky? You and Bremo fans have oversimplified? No, I haven't heard of that. Or get rejected from art school. He really was. Fellas, please excuse my language. I think it can't be understated. That guy really was a pussy, wasn't he? What a big pussy. Like, what a coward. He got rejected from art school, man. It's the end of the world. Bitch. Like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to use bad language like that, but it's the truth. Like, bro, you blame everybody else for your freaking problems. Typical politician. Go frick yourself, man. You blame everybody but yourself. Disgusting behavior. No accountability. Gross. That's just disgusting behavior. Some man you are. Sorry, I felt like it needed to be said.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, I mean, the guy did you know, he wasn't packing a full deck down there, you know what I'm saying? From what I've heard. Somehow managed to manipulate all German for the rest of the world. Yeah, because he kept blaming everybody. He gave everybody a clear scapegoat for his freaking problems. You gotta be careful of that crap, dude. That happens in history, and look. Look, it happens all the time. It's still happening now. Look at all the different proximity conflicts that are happening around the world. Every single one of them. It's manipulative nonsense. Sorry, that's too spicy for this. We'll just get back to building my damn factory, okay? From what I heard, good save. Read last. What's on your mind, TJ? You didn't want the U.S. to be in the war. That's right. Yeah, Japan getting involved and him signing the Tripartite Act and having to honor that really screwed him. And I'm enjoying spicy. Yeah. Who are you talking about? Mustache Man, Cal. The guy that offed himself on what is it, May 1st, 1945. That guy. He offed himself for good reason. The world's a better place because of it. When we play Hearts, dude, you'll see. You guys, all right, you freaking got me. I want to freaking play Hearts now. Creeper, this is your fault if you're still here. He's probably not here because I probably pissed that I told him off, but whatever. Oh, get off of my factory. 351 Rover sit. Dude, it's as if I didn't have enough on my plate. Now I want to play Hearts. You absolute jackwagon. Like, just guys, I'm not really for giving unsolicited advice, but be wary of people that blame other people for their problems. Just that behavior is not good behavior. You don't take accountability for your actions, you're never going to. Like, here's an example in the other direction. Look at Tory Bruno. Dude, his rocket partially popped, but it still made it. Is he sitting there and blaming Northrop Grumman for his problems? No, we had a problem with the SRM. We're gonna fix it, but the rocket went exactly where it needed to go. He took accountability for his actions. That's super important to do that. Yeah, Cal, well, he took himself out, so we don't have to worry about that. Yeah, drummer, they lost the nozzle on the SRB. It did what Vega did, what the Zafiro 40 did during the Vega C mission. It did the same thing. They lost the nozzle. The nozzle, we saw the nozzle come off the damn booster. He took accountability for his entire multi-billion-dollar company. He didn't make excuses. He didn't blame the booster people. He thanked his team, and said he was so proud of their damn work. This was during the cast, right? And he said, we got a little bit of a problem. We'll figure it out, and we'll go. That's how you need to be. It doesn't matter what you like or whatever. That's how you need to, like, doesn't matter who you are. That's how you need to be. You need to take accountability for your actions. Okay? Look at him. He's shouldering the burden of that, of all the people. Like, this is probably just a little screw up. It happens. ULA has a spotless track record for a reason. You know? You want to be around people like that. Trust me on this one. Be around people that take responsibility for their actions. Like, once again, I'm not all, like, I don't like giving unsolicited advice, but I'm a little tired and I'm a little wired. So I think it's important to say, especially given the context. That's why I like intuitive machines, too. Because when that damn thing tipped over, Steve Altemus, the CEO of that company, he wasn't a little bitch about it. He went right into the press conference and said, hey, my rover tipped over. My lander tipped over. It was our own damn fault. We didn't take the rangefinder caps off, and it didn't know where the ground was. So we hotwired it to a secondary experiment so it could figure out where the damn ground was, and it freaking worked. It's intact on the surface. It's tipped over. That's our fault. We will not make that mistake again. That is what you need. That's the kind of people you want to be around. Trust me on this one. This person of German heritage is my bad. No, don't worry about it, dude. You can't. The sins of your fathers, dude. I don't hate German people. I mean, that guy was Austrian anyway. I'm just kidding, boys. Just kidding. I think he said it wasn't a burn through. If that's not a burn through, I don't know what it is, but I'll default to his judgment because Tori Bruno can be trusted. He never. That guy doesn't lie, dude. Russia got screwed by a Georgian. That's the kind of people you want to be around. If you're younger, people will respect you a lot more if you take accountability for your actions. If you made a mistake, like nursing a nitrous way too long and staying up all night like a dumbass. I took accountability for my actions. I made a mistake. And that's why you guys didn't get as much Satisfactory content today, because I'm an idiot. I will fix it. Simple as that. Learn from your mistake and move on. I drank way too much of that way too long into the night. I should have stopped drinking it right at the beginning of stream, but I'm an idiot. This is why I always apologize if I'm a little bit late for the stream, because there's no excuse for being late to your own damn party. You can take accountability without calling yourself an idiot. Kind of am sometimes, Hellfish. I don't know what you want to hear. Anyway. I'm gonna pay for this later. I'll tell you that right now. This looks freaking sweet, though. All right, let's go over to the other side and... Well, actually, no. I'm gonna use this side as the prototype. And then we'll duplicate it over there after. Is it a football stadium or a flame trench? Will we be adding the diagonal braces to the structure? It looks like it has a lot of sideways load to handle. Circus Maximus, yeah. I was thinking about adding the transom onto the flame trench. I don't know if it's called this. I don't think it's called this. This is the thing that pops into mind. If you look at, see this piece right here? The front part of the flame trench? I was thinking about adding this piece. Up at the front of it. So down there. The reason why is because, I don't know, it's more accurate and I think that's pretty cool. Jack, is that what I'm building? Perhaps once you've built the ship, the transom would be... It looks like a transom from a boat, first of all. That's why I'm calling it that. The transom is a place on a boat with like an outboard engine where you mount the motor for anybody that cares. Oh, I just realized the scale of this thing. Jack, yes, and yeah, WD, that's what I'm making. I'm making the trench for this because I'm making my factory in that. Because I want to. Because it's an awesome challenge and I want to do it. I gave myself till Christmas. It's just something different, dude. In the graphic, that is terrain, but it looks like it's all concrete here for the trench, but it looks like, Drummer, they built the flame duct into a canyon. I mean, I kind of did that. No canyons. But yeah, I want to do the diagonals, dudes, but I gotta figure out... Oh, balls. I gotta figure out how we, how we can prefab them. Sorry, yeah, my brain is toast. Right now, it looks like a stadium. Yeah, I don't know. That only works if there's electrical charge near you, Drummer. I was thinking, yeah, building the front here would be actually pretty rad. When I built my measuring thing right there, I'm like, dude, it would be so cool to be able to walk, like, up underneath the damn thing. I think that would be super cool. And it's only going to take more concrete, and that I got plenty of. I'm not worried about that. Liquid biofuel would help fly longer with the jetpack. All you need is water. You had a 14.9-foot Boston Whaler with a 35 Chrysler on the back and the transom. Nice, Cal. All right, cool little boat. Chrysler made good boats for what it's worth, dude. Firm believer. I mean, back in the day, Chrysler made frigging everything. They were like, we have industrial capability. What do you need? What is there a market for? Frick it, let's make that. We're a car company? Hell no. We'll make anything you want. No, we'll make cars. We'll make whatever. Look, this is Chrysler's portfolio circa 1969. Tanks? Frick it. We make tanks. Trucks? Hell yeah. School bus? Whatever. Screw tank? Whatever. Screw tank. Go. We'll make it. If you buy it, we'll make it. Boats? Sure. Frick it. Frick it. Let's go. Our big blocks are really good boat motors. You need a little transit van? Boom, we got you. You want a car? You want a convertible? We got those. You want a sedan? We got 30 different types of sedans. Pick one. We can make everything. We make rockets. Yes, you're looking at this right. See the S1? Chrysler made the freaking Saturn 1B's first stage. True story. We make rockets. Frick it. We'll make whatever you want. 22 cars and a boat. Bridge laying tank. Frick it. You gonna buy that? We'll make it. Whatever the hell this thing is. Sure, sweet. M60 patent? Hell yeah. Let's go. Landing vehicle. You want a landing craft? Boom, we'll make it, you know? HEMIT? I don't think that's a HEMIT. That says an M60A1E2 tank on a heavy equipment transporter, Het 70. Certainly a prototype HEMIT, but yeah. Dude, they freaking made whatever. Oh, you guys need a parcel truck? Boom, we got that. P300. How's a P300? Don't know. For P300, send it. See that one? See the green one? I have that car. That's what I have. Only mine's a 500. Mine's a 500 sedan. That's the car we're going to be working on in the winter. True story. So Mitsubishi is the modern day Chrysler? Yeah. Well, the Japanese still do that. They just have heavy industries. They make whatever. Mitsubishi, Yamaha, that's what the US companies were like back in the day. Chevy made lunar rovers. Frick it. Frick it, make a damn lunar rover. Whatever. What was Chevy? We're not going to be able to know how to make that? We can make that, sure. Frick it, let's go. You need a hole? Dig, we'll dig you a hole. Rinaldi and Klein. Hey, that's your business what you do with it. Could the anomaly, the experience with the SRB, would it have taken out the whole ship if it went any further? If the casing had failed at a different spot, Cal, or they had burn through in a different spot, a different outcome happens. Radial jets on SRBs are death. Death, usually. If that's in the right spot, dude, it'll unzip the casing like a water balloon popping. Because that's what that is, man. So, I don't mean to say it like this, but this is the best analogy. An SRB is just a pipe bomb with one end has a gas impingement. So, Cal, like, I know you've messed around with like an M16 or an M4. The gas block at the front, the impingement mechanism, that only on the end of it, right? Like a choke on a shotgun almost. It's basically the same idea, right? Dude, it's under insane pressure, just like a barrel on a weapon, right? You have insane pressure, and if the gas doesn't go through the impingement and finds another place to go, you're gonna have a bad time, right? That's all it is. It's a pipe bomb with an impingement on the end. It creates an explosion, right? And that explosion gets shot out the throat in the nozzle. That's called a jet, right? You get a jet of thrust coming out the nozzle. If it fails radially, you get burned through, and then you get a radial jet as opposed to an axial jet. An axial jet is what you want. Long story short, if the flames are coming out the side, you got a big problem. Just like if you're firing a gun and the flames are coming out anywhere but the end, right? If it's coming out the ejection port, you got a big problem. That means your gun's not going into battery, right? Like you got a big problem, right? So if you get a jet radially, right, like midway up the SRB casing, the whole thing will unzip and it'll just blow up like a pipe bomb. If the gas goes anywhere else but the directed flow, like the jet, you're screwed. You are screwed. That's why I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it made it. Dude, like I said, ULA's GNC team needs a frigging raise. Because that was absolutely absurd that it actually did it. I can't believe it. I'm like dumbstruck. All right, we need to, if we're gonna make this transom piece, I'm gonna start marking how far out we need to go, just on a side note. It also just shows how robust the GEM63 really is. I can think of the Delta II anomaly, guys. The Delta II anomaly from the GPS-2 launch in 1997, the nozzle, the casing unzipped, and the whole rocket exploded. It's just a cascading failure. You just, one SRB's goes and the other ones will go with it. I mean, I don't like talking about this, but, and this had a radial jet for a different reason, but Challenger is the same thing. If you get a jet midway up your casing, now don't get me wrong, Challenger's casings didn't fail, but the seals between the casings, because the Space Shuttle SRBs were so big you couldn't move it in one piece, you had to move it in segments. So they had a clevis with O-rings to hold the seals together, right? It looked like this, basically. So like the bottom of one of the segments is this, and the top one of the segments is this, and they had two O-rings right here, right? and the O-rings failed in the cold, right? So they had a jet coming out the side, and it turns out shooting SRB exhaust at the external tank, the hydrogen tank, is not a good idea, right? That's a little morbid, but that's sorry. I'm a little bit tired, but that was a bad idea. That was not a pro gamer move. When I was tracking through the anomaly, it was a Vigo, I started seeing the big poof. I guess that's just a Vulcan thing. It's probably an engine purge out, if I had to guess, WD. It's probably an engine purge. It's probably an engine purge for the BE4s. Falcon 9 does something similar. The reason why is because they're looking to, what is Ferd? Sorry, my brain just went because I haven't slept. I need to go up there, first of all. That's why my brain stopped. I gotta figure out a way to get up there. I tried to figure out the quickest way to get up there, and my brain went... there's a ladder right there. Yeah, it's probably a ullage purge on the engines to make sure that they, to make sure, like, engines do that. They purge the gas, they purge the propellants out of the system, they flood the engine with inert gas so you don't get a residual combustion. And also, in this particular case, I'll bet you they're flying those BE4s on a profile that supports smart reuse. Obviously, this Vulcan isn't going to do it. They're not going to do it on a cert mission. That's not how you bench test. You go iteratively. But purging out the engines and getting data on how the engines will safe themselves is pretty good, considering what they want to do with those engines eventually. I think NSF was showing my tracking for the part if you had them up. I was showing bits and pieces of NSF, dude. But yeah, D's footage, like, I'm not to disparage yours, WD, I haven't seen yours yet. D's footage was out of control. Uh-oh. Ow. Oh, hey, your boy got that pretty damn right. I almost died too, but we got that pretty dang right. Hell yeah. Gee, slow-mo's insane. Did you see the nozzle come off, dude? And it's still glowing because it ablated too much. Yeah, it ablated way too much. Okay. He is a freaking monster. Who needs Dr. Disrespect when we have Dr. WD-40? Hell yeah, man. WD-40's ace, guys. You know what? In fact, WD-40 deserves a plug. What WD-40 does when he's not tracking rockets is bird watching streams. And you know what, dude? They're dope. They're dope. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I didn't know I needed that, but also, yeah, burbs. Yeah. It's pretty good stuff, man. Pretty damn good streamer. Super underrated, to be honest. So how did Vulcan go this morning? Give me 1 second. So this is D-Wise. D-Wise is a photographer for NSF. Here. Super. Vulcan made it. It made it. Here, I'll let you see if you could figure out what's wrong. Something went a little haywire on the way up. Watch. And once again, this is awesome footage from D. Take a look. Everything seems to be okay here. Wait for it. Did you see it? It was quick, even with D's slow-mo. It was quick. So, for the uninitiated, for people that don't know anything about rockets. So, first of all, I have this thing about rockets. Tim Dodd always says flamey end down, pointy end up, right? I play off of that a little bit. He's not wrong. My thing is, with rockets, is that so a rocket engine is inherently a controlled explosion. They're taking an explosion and forcing it through a choke, a gas impingement. In rocket science, it's called a throat. The throat of the nozzle. You kind of got an hourglass thing going on, right? You take an explosion and you force it through that to get a jet of high-speed gas coming out. Similar to like if you blow up a balloon and you let it go. Just a jet of gas, right? I always say if your rocket is exploding in more than one direction, you got a problem. Do you see this? You see all these little sparks right there? That's pieces of one of the solid rocket booster's nozzles completely disintegrating on ascent. That's bad. That's bad. The explosion's going sideways, dudes. Not good. Not great. In fact, Super, check this out. Look, if you look down here on the right, there's the nozzle. There's a piece of it right there coming off. See that? Yeah, there's a piece. Yep. Now, watch this. The explosion was so violent because it exploded sideways. It was a radial burn through on the nozzle, so it burned, once again, sideways explosion. The explosion was so violent, let me scrub the footage back and forth. Watch the rocket, particularly watch the ULA logo and the flag and the SRB. Just points of reference. The explosion was so violent, it rolled the vehicle. That's called encountering a roll rate, but it compensated for it. Did you see it? How it only rolled a little bit and then it stopped? Look at that. That's pretty insane that Vulcan compensated for total nozzle failure on one of their SRBs. That's pretty good, man. Pretty good design. Logosisic, this is launched this morning. Sorry, I know. We gotta be playing Satisfactory. There was a... I wouldn't call it a partial failure, but I wouldn't call it a partial success either. Just a funny on a rocket that launched early this morning. The booster design is OP. Shy, you want to hear something nuts? It made it into space. Not just making it into orbit, it made it into the right orbit. It didn't abort to orbit. It compensated and it freaking made it. Sea Kraken, what's up? Is Northrop Grumman going to get a lawsuit from ULA because of this? What did I tell you about blaming people? I don't think so. It's pretty damn freaking impressive, dudes. ULA will probably ask Northrop Grumman nicely. I mean, something happened and needs to be investigated. This behavior absolutely needs to be understood. If it... Not understanding it is the definition of insanity. But still, pretty dang impressive for United Launch Lines. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool that it just took it like a champion and didn't care. What was it launching? This was a certification flight for national security missions, dude. Yeah. That pillar needs to be one over. Hang on, let me check this. How stable are the solid motors before being lit? Pretty lit. They're pretty stable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, nine spacing. So no roadster? No, there was an inert payload for ULA. It was just a small mass simulator. Oh crap, my mind is just a piece of crap today. 9. Did you already talk about the solar flare? Isn't that dangerous for the astronauts? Neopfire, I haven't actually talked about the solar flare. No one's asked me up until now. The magnetic field should get most of it, dude. But we are gonna see some aurora effects probably in the future, to say the least. I think it's better if we do the spacing correctly. So we need 9 spacing here. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, okay, so spacing needs to be there. It needs to be 1 out from what it is. Will it still land, or will that be a problem now with what happened? Will what still land? Vulcan? Oh, don't worry about Vulcan. Yeah, no, Kippy, it's fine. I mean, it's not. You gotta figure this out, sure, but... Look, they got the data. Hopefully it's enough for NSSL certification. National security missions. That was the whole point of this. This was a demo flight to show that they could move spy satellites into orbit. If you really want to know, will Vulcan still land? Yeah, of course. They're not doing their reuse program right now. They want to get the vehicle to a good, reliable, understood configuration for flying, and then they'll start doing it. I mean, SpaceX did the same thing. When SpaceX started pursuing reusability, it's just something you got to kind of be cautionary about. You don't go to do it right away, which is why Blue is so ridiculous in a good way. Like this is some gumption right there to want to try and land Nuglins on the first flight, but I think they will. That boom video was awesome, Doom, and it made me want to play Flight Simulator, and so did you guys, you pieces of crap. And now we gotta play Hearts, we gotta play Flight Sim, dude, like I said, man, we are gonna look back on this era in 50 years, when we're all old. I mean, I'm already old, but you get the idea. When we're older, we're gonna look back on this era as a golden age, dude. There's so many good freaking games. Yeah, there's just so much good stuff. It's unbelievable. Just a whippersnapper. Yeah, but if I didn't address it, somebody would have said it. So if I say I'm old, everyone's gonna say I'm young. If I say I'm young, everyone's gonna say I'm old. Streamer paradox, man. Schrodinger's age. If VJ doesn't acknowledge how old he is, then he's not old. But if I don't, chat will. It's true. 50 years, they'll be 110. Hell yeah, man. I mean, Cal, I don't see why, with advances in modern science, somebody can't live to, 245, maybe 300. How old is chat? Chat is a collective ancient knowledge base. The collective historical knowledge of chat has been passed down from generation to generation. Chat's power level is over 9,000. Sorry, old meme. An older meme, sir, but it checks out. It was about to clear them. I just finished your Starlink install. You're watching your stream on space Wi-Fi for the first time. Oh, I'm being beamed through Starlink right now? All right. I have been through lasers. You're in your late 20s, early 30s, right? Cal, how old do you think I am? Chat, don't say nothing. How old do you think I am? I said don't say that. 105. Also, good morning. Hope I'm doing well. Dave, I'm doing just fine, dude. How are you? Wild guess. Nemi, you say 35. Dwarfman says 35. It's Me says 38. Thor says 40. What the frick, man? Frick you. 47? What the frick? Are you shitting me right now? Sorry. Sorry. I'm 36, dudes. 36. My knees creak when I stand up. It's pretty bad. That just started happening, a couple of years ago. Yeah. 28 to 32, Cal? Yep, 36, homie. Born July 5th. 1988, right after America's birthday. Hell yeah. Nemi, you're 36, you're 40, you turned in August. So what does the other side feel like? You're 36, I'm 63. Yeah, Shogun, I noticed that you might be a little bit on the older side because there ain't too many people in here talking about Nixon's spaceflight policy who were around for it, myself included. I'm like, damn, what the heck, Shogun talked about? Oh, you were there. Hell yeah, dudes. Last, please. My knees have been creaking since age 20, but then again, I dislocated my knee at 15. Yeah. Tory tweet, what's TB up to? Bullseye chart incoming. I imagine some of you are especially curious. Orbital insertion was perfect. Dude, the ULA's guidance, navigation, and control team needs a raise. October of 03, about to be 21. What? You were... Slackster, you're... Okay, so you're just a youngin'. Slackster, and I'm sure your grandpa told you this. I know he did, because he's a model trains guy. Okay? I'm sure. The whole accountability thing. I'm sure you've had that conversation. Nobody likes trains and doesn't know about that crap. So when you're operating trains, you have to be accountable or else someone dies. Am I wrong? You're just a young. Remember what I said a second ago. If you weren't here for that, be accountable. Be accountable for yourself. Trust me. That's important stuff, dude. If you younger guys watch this, you make a mistake, admit your mistake, move on. Nope, haha, you're right, dude. Hey, game recognized game, homie. Does that mean I'm an old man? Secretly? Get off my lawn! Ugh. Dave, you've been better, but I'm headed in the right direction. I saw myself headed towards a relapse a couple weeks ago, so I checked myself back into rehab. Good for you, man. Dave, right there. Accountability. You saw yourself slip in and you did the right thing. You don't want to fall off the wagon, man. Not right now. Good for you, brother. Good for you. It takes balls to be able to admit that, dude. So, good for you, man. That's awesome. Hopefully I can make your day better. 2014, 2018 feels like yesterday. Slackster, I remember 2003 like it was yesterday, dude. I was there. I mean, you were too, but not exactly in the same capacity. Your oldest daughter that you adopt will be 40 next birthday. That's awesome, Cal. Good stuff. Yeah, AP, I remember the late 90s. Like, I was there. Like, I was not an infant. I mean, I was still young, but I remember going to the store and buying N64 games, like, and I remember being super annoyed because everybody else had SNESs and my parents wouldn't let me play video games because they were like, no, video games will ruin your life. Debatable. And then they caved and got me an N64 because I whined about it enough. Whoops. Whoop. Wait a minute. Did I just see that right? Thought I saw an open gap. Yep. Absolutely not. Never go back down that road. Appreciate the kind words. Dave, that, like I said, man, it takes balls to admit that. But you know, and you did the right thing. It's, dude, like I said, man, dude, it's cathartic. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure you know. Like, you know, like, and I used to never be able to admit that I was wrong about something. I used to never been able to do it. But, you know, when you do, it's like a load is lifted. A load is lifted off. Like, you know, you screwed up. You made a mistake. Own it, move on. Don't make the mistake again. Like, it's cathartic stuff, dude. You feel great. Seriously, you feel excellent after you know, you just get it off your chest, man. Don't be pent up with that nonsense. That's how you fall off the wagon. It's good stuff. You can't make a living off of playing video games for life. Yeah, exactly, right? Do you remember the last time you rewound a VHS cassette? I don't remember the last time I did it, but I remember doing it, and because I had to return the damn VHS tapes to the video store. Good day. Any new chatter about the blast off this morning? Tori Bruno said the vehicle performed good, 415. And Tori Bruno on Twitter even went so far as to say that if it had Dream Chaser on it, it still would have made it, which tells me that we drastically underestimated Vulcan's ability to compensate for engine out capability. That's pretty damn impressive engineering, if you ask me. Addiction thrives in secret. Yep. Amen, brother. Hi, Titans! Titans! What do you got for me? Oh, you got concrete. I love concrete. Probably could end up dropping some of that in there. High-speed connectors. Thank you. Good boy. Some Sam. What about you over here? You all right? Oh, you got me some wire. Good for you. Ooh, a dead animal. And some bars. Yo, this Titan's got bars. Release the brainstorm to make the melon farmer brain warm. A strange form. Stuff coming. Sorry. Aluminum! Come poopers! Nice. Good job, Titan 9. Alright, let's freaking go, dude. We're making out like bandits over here. We got stators, computers. Good job, Titans. Split that container into multiple depots to fill faster. I don't have any more Mercer spheres. I use them because I'm dimensional depoting almost every one of my resources, Mutter. We really should go grab more Mercers. So we can upgrade it. It's amazing because you can't do anything with SRBs as far as throttling. So, Cal, you can't control the throttle in real time, but SRBs do have what's called an analog programming. You can program... I guess if we're speaking in software terms, you can hard code the logic for SRBs to throttle. You can get them to throttle during their scent profile. Now, how do you do that? Is it a computer controlling the SRB? No. It's the physical shape of how you pack the grain inside of the nozzle. The shape of how you do it is going to... you can basically program the thrust, especially if you have a segmented booster. See? They did this during the shuttle program. They did this during the shuttle program and SLS for what it's worth, and probably the GEM-63s. They widen the combustion chamber in certain areas, right? And this is actually... So, if you're younger, guys, and you're wondering, oh, I'm never going to use geometry. Well, if you get into solid rocket booster propulsion, you absolutely are using geometry. It's about total surface area of your combustion chamber. SRBs have a dynamic combustion chamber. Your combustion chamber geometry and volume is changing constantly because the grain is burning off. All your fuel is packed into the combustion chamber to begin with. How you physically package the grain is the industry term for solid rocket fuel. How you physically pack the grain in the booster is going to make different amounts of thrust. And because you have to cast the solid rocket propellant like casting concrete, they have to be super careful about not having air bubbles in there. If you have an air bubble, you're going to get fluctuations in your chamber pressure, which is bad. Right? But you can program SRBs to throttle. It's just you can't throttle them in real time. A lot of SRBs are programmed to increase combustion chamber geometry during max Q to throttle the SRB down. And then there's, you have an impingement with your grain over time right? And... not an impingement. You can change the shape, and the shape will give you different types of thrust curves. You can have a progressive, or neutral, or regressive, or two-step thrust, or dual thrust, or neutral. If I had to guess, GEM-63s are probably doing something like this. The Space Shuttle solid rocket boosters entered a regressive thrust curve, but not because they were using the double anchor grain design. They entered a regressive thrust curve because each segment on the SRBs, the ones that are connected by those O-rings, yes, those O-rings, the segments were packed differently, and you wanted a regressive thrust curve with the shuttle, because the SRBs slowly had to hand over the center of thrust to the Space Shuttle main engines. That's why when the shuttle separates, it just appears to keep flying straight, and you don't see it pitch up or pitch down when the shuttle separates, despite being an asymmetric launch vehicle. Pretty cool stuff, man. It reminds you of shape charges. Exact same concept, dude. A breaching charge, same idea. It's designed to make a jet of gas in a certain direction, to blow the lock right out of a door. Same concept. Or you use the good old 870 or the 500. You know what I'm talking about. Me, personally, 870, but 500s are also very good. So what's the application for the neutrals? I don't know. Depends on what you're trying to do. Scott dropped a video this morning with the events from the analysis. It's not much different from what you said. Yeah. Yeah, man. This ain't my first rodeo, homie. Part of Tori's tweet about Dream Chaser was on it is the most impressive. Propellant consumption was within baseline. Always present reserves and margins based on payload mass were unaffected. That's, dude. Remember when I said Vulcan packed a punch? Vulcan packs a punch, dude. There's a lot of energy in that seemingly small booster. Like, you know, in an era where we have stuff like Falcon Heavy and New Glenn and Starship and SLS, that little rocket, seemingly little rocket, carries a pretty good punch, dude. It also, as a matter of factly, is not ULA's first rodeo either. And believe me, Tori Bruno goes to the rodeo. Absolutely. You know he does. Too many things are similar in rockets and weapons. It's like the reason why rockets exist is because of weaponry. That's weird. The reason why we have rockets, a modern understanding of rockets, is because of defense spending. Sorry if that bursts anybody's bubble, but it's true. Look at his hard hats. Shame if he doesn't go to the rodeo. You're damn right. Just got here. How's the build going? Man, it's going good. Thanks for the info. I really appreciate it. Oh, Cal, I got all kinds of good stuff rattling around up there. All powered by beer and Red Bull and coffee. Speaking as a vet who used that equipment and trained to fight the Russians. Yeah, there you go. Hey, look, man. I understand the implications of defense spending, but I'm not going to sit here and say not say it hasn't made some pretty damn cool toys. I know full well the implication of what some of these systems are designed to do, like an A-10, for instance. Everybody thinks the A-10 is super cool, but then you go and see the aftermath of what happens when a 30mm depleted uranium round hits people, and yeah, I guarantee you most fans of it would not like it. Like, I get it, right? Like, Bob, I'm sure you do too, like, but frick is that thing cool. You gonna fill the entire dry dock, even the sides? No, Sig, we're not filling the sides. I'm building the base for the front here. Here's what I'm gonna do for the sides. The sides of the trench, I'm going to make it look reinforced, but I want the sides to be hollow. What I'm going to do is make this my avenue for resource distribution. I'm going to have basically a freight yard with the trains in here. Yep. I designed the framing for the back half of this thing to work around the trains. To work around the train station. The train station is designed to fit. So we're going to drop off resources here with all the trains coming from all the different parts of the map. Do you have any moderators here or just Nightbot? Why do you ask, Cal? My moderators can go over there if I tell them to. Doom, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Look, yeah, that's the truth, you know. Truth is, I'm telling you guys, truth is a lot of people, they like, oh, you know, if NASA had the defense budget, you shouldn't spend so much money. I disagree. I disagree, like, wholeheartedly. Yeah, no. You should just keep doing that. My argument has always been, as long as we get something out of it, as long as we get to see the cool toys, I don't really care. Yeah, young one, did you cover the Vulcan launch? I can't find the video. I didn't stream it on YouTube because I wanted people to go watch NSF on the YouTube side of things. The Twitch VOD will be uploaded sooner rather than later, Pat. I did cover it. The nozzle did pop on the SRB, but yeah. A-10 is the last master of the close air support mission, sadly going away. Yeah, he bluffed them into defense spending. Exactly, Cal. Yeah. Reagan did that. Yep. That's right, Bob. Have it, not need it. Need it, not have it. I don't care. You can make any anti-war argument you want. I'm not saying that we're glorifying war, right? Like, better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. That's all I'm gonna say. It's true.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
If you lose part of your shin, what do you have left over? A fraction.
You suck. Are you on Flame Trench tonight? I'll be there, failures. Flame Trench is gonna be a blast. Did you just make a joke? Be back later for Flame Trench. Gotcha. Okay, getting used to Twitch, and Ari, respect NSF on here, but your reactions are fabulous. I try, Pat. I try. Try to keep it entertaining. Thank you. Flaming between the hosts? I don't know. Maybe. I actually... Dudes, I put in for that Eric Berger article about Artemis to be talked about. I don't know if they went for it, though. I'd have to go look. I haven't been able to check the Flame Trench channel because screwed up my sleep schedule like an idiot. I put in for that paper, and I actually got the okay from Chris. I was like, dude, look. I don't mind Eric. I'm trying not to be a jerk, but some of this stuff is just never, that's not a good idea. And he said Eric's a big boy. He'll be able to take it. And I'm like, all right, as long as you're cool with it, because there might be some spice there. He's like, nah, yeah, don't worry about it. I'm like, okay, man. What was the Berger thing about? Eric Berger thinks that fixing the SLS program he released an op-ed, and keep in mind it's his opinion. He's entitled to his opinion. He released a paper, an article the other day about what needs to be done to fix the Artemis program. His solution for fixing the Artemis program is putting Centaur 5 on top of SLS and canceling the gateway. Now, I'll be honest with you. I agree with him about that. I agree with him about getting rid of gateway at this point. Now, his reasoning for getting rid of Gateway is actually not the same. He wants to get rid of Gateway because he said his argument is that Gateway was designed to launch on SLS, and now SLS doesn't need to do that, so it doesn't need its upper stage. My argument for getting rid of Gateway is because after reading the last GAO report and figuring out that somebody forgot to incorporate the wire harness into your total mass involved, shows a fundamental flaw in systems engineering, and now I'm very, very curious what other problems that thing has. Seriously, they forgot to take what they were figuring mass calculations for it and forgot to take into account the wiring. That's not bullcrap. That's not an exaggeration. That's not hyperbole. That's verbatim from the I think it was the GAO report, Government Accountability Office. You know how much of a snafu you need to do to get into actual manufacturing of the vehicle or entity that you're making and forget to incorporate mass into the design? Mass is kind of important with spaceflight. That's kind of a big deal. Kind of really need to remember that. Like, that's... I would say I would get rid of that. Like, what are you doing? How do you forget that? That's kind of important, don't you think? Wasn't a Gateway a bad plan at the start? Gateway... Okay. So, failures, yes and no. Here's my thing. Where Eric Berger and I, not that, I mean, he's, and I want to be very clear, I used to hate the guy, I really did, but, you know, I understand, the more and more I kind of see him, I understand what he's trying to do, I get it. His books about SpaceX are really, really good. And that's not me just trying to gain favor with the guy because I hated him for the longest time. Like, I'm trying not to be, you know, don't waste your time hating people, right? Like, I used to, dude, he used to insufferably piss me off. Like, more than what you saw this week with Space News. Like, I couldn't stand the dude. But once again, I'm trying not to be a jerk. He's a good dude. I get what he's trying to do. Where me and him kind of fundamentally defer an opinion, and I don't know, maybe we'll get to it if we discuss it on Flame Trench tonight. Where we kind of defer an opinion is the way he writes. He thinks the system can't be fixed. He thinks that SLS is so ridiculously far gone that it can't be fixed. I refuse to believe that a system can't be fixed. That's where we differ in opinion. Hey, Bree.
Hey, wanted to check on you, see how you were holding up.
Aito. Hey, did you bring me some modular frames, buddy? Did you bring me some modular frames? Oh, you're tired. He's a tired boy.
He just woke up from his nap.
Hey, how you doing, buddy? Oh. Chad, look at how tired he is. Look at this boy, he's so tired. Did you bring me some mod frames? No? How about some plates? Plates? Screws? I love you. Hey. This is what I mean when I say he's mellowed out. He's gotten a lot better. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm all set.
No headache or nothing?
No headache. Just my eyes hurt when I shut them. Yeah. No, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I ain't going to pay for this tomorrow. Like, I'm going to pay for it tomorrow, but that's the business, man. Business.
Wait, Steve. Go back to work.
Yeah, doing this hurts.
Yeah?
Yeah. It feels like someone took my eyes and, like, pushed in on them.
You need some advice?
No.
Stop doing that.
What, this? No, but that makes it feel better.
Alright.
All right, baby.
Love you.
Love you too. But yeah, that's where I kind of defer on opinion. I refuse to believe that this can't be fixed. I think that even now, with all of SLS's snafus and all of the screw-ups, I think it still can be fixed. I refuse to believe that it can't. All it takes is some... Here it comes! You guessed it! Some accountability. Just... Read last. What's on your mind? I wanted Gateway so we can test our BLEO space station. You can do that with SLS. TJ, look, if we get to discuss it on Flame Trench, you know, it'll be good. But in case we don't, I'll tell you right now. I don't think that curtailing the SLS program and the Artemis program is a smart decision. I really don't. It's not a good idea. Every time we've tried to curtail a space program under the guise of cost or whatever, and somehow imply that we can, you know, NASA can just shift funding from one program to another, that's not how this works. If they could, Viper wouldn't have been canceled. If they could just shift funding around. Remember, they're mandated by law to spend money in certain spots, like the art budget, for instance, which I still kind of not like totally on board with, but whatever. You can't. I think it's very naive to be able to say that, oh, this is a waste of money, right? You know, NASA's resources could be better allocated somewhere else. Well, the reality of the situation is that no, they can't. And anytime that argument gets made, if you look at NASA over the past 50 years, anytime somebody tries to make the argument that we're spending too much money on this, we can do it for cheaper, NASA is wound up with less capability. Like, I'm sorry, that's just the truth. Apollo's too expensive. The shuttle can do it for cheaper. Oh yeah, with the shuttle, because it's reusable, we'll be back to the moon by the 80s. That was what they touted when they funded the shuttle program in 1972. Yeah, how'd that work out? Heck, when the shuttle stopped flying. Commercial can do it for cheaper. Well, yeah, of course commercial can do it for cheaper. With capsules, of course a capsule is going to be cheaper than the most complicated launch vehicle ever devised by man. But can Dragon service the Hubble Space Telescope? No. Can Dragon build space stations? No. Can Dragon launch 7 people into space? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, of course it's going to be cheaper. If you look at... I mean, it's probably not the case nowadays, but if you look at capability of Falcon 9, right, and the cost, what it takes to launch 4 people into space, right, and the price that the firm fixed pricing from the commercial crew program, the launch capability kind of stacks up. NASA's only going to save money over time because SpaceX reuses the boosters and stuff. And that's great, as they should. Same argument could be made for the shuttle program if you employ it in scale, which is what they tried to do until Challenger happened. Like, once again, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but it's extraordinarily naive to think that that's how that'll unfold if we cancel the SLS program. Like, that money will just somehow go to the commercial crew program. That's not how funding with NASA works. Like I said, every time someone's tried to do that, NASA ends up getting a budget cut. Long story short, I'm very weary because of NASA's history of funding. I'm very weary of anyone that suggests that we can do it for cheaper every single time. Now, once again, SpaceX, I think, has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that they can do it for cheaper. Of course. Yeah, no, that's... I can't even sit here and pretend like that's not a thing. Of course it is. However, was it worth sacrificing our national space program for that? To prove that commercial can do it cheaper? Because that's basically what we did. I can tend to say that you don't need to sacrifice one to do the other. NASA can still do Apollo-style stuff. They can still do cool stuff like that. If we let them. It all goes back to... Basically, it all goes back to... us not taking spaceflight as a national priority. I really think it's just extraordinarily bad. Like even NASA themselves, you'll hear NASA managers say this, oh, this is too expensive, schedule overlap this, funding this, cost this, right? Like, that's fine. That's all fine and dandy, but they seem to imply that it's, you know, it's insurmountable and that we have to make a compromise on spaceflight priority because we have other problems. You know, and that's fair, but that's the argument that they made for getting rid of the Apollo program. And you hear even NASA, people at NASA saying it, which is just, no. as a taxpayer, I don't think we should have to compromise. I don't mind if these programs cost billions of dollars as long as they produce something. Would anybody give a frick if the mobile launcher for SLS cost $1 billion, but Bechtel delivered it on time? I don't think anybody would care. Yeah, long story short, that's why I wanted to discuss that article, because I know Eric is smart. He's not an idiot. I know he knows about spaceflight, and he's pretty damn knowledgeable about it. But also at the same time, how can you speak with such political naivety regarding the subject is beyond me. How can you say that? That getting rid of NASA programs and canceling NASA programs, arguably giving less money for NASA, is a better thing for NASA. That's not right at all. No, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. How can you make that argument? That's ridiculous. Yo, Pulse, what's good, brother? How you doing? Been enjoying Satisfactory. Got some news cooking coming soon. Oh, heck yeah, man. I'm psyched. I don't get it. I don't understand why you would even bother saying that. Once again, the road to hell is paved in good intentions, dudes. It's paved in good intentions. I don't think Eric is acting in bad faith. I really don't. But, once again, this is the same logic trap that every single NASA program since Apollo has fallen into. I refuse, once again, I don't think compromising on our space priority is a good idea. It's not, because it's not. It's a very bad idea. Basically, every compromise that we've made with NASA over the years is the reason why SLS exists in the first place, because we've made compromise after compromise after compromise after compromise. And you can blame, once again, you can blame Congress, you can blame this, you can blame that, but the reality of the situation is that even NASA HQ has been gaslit into thinking they have to choose, which is bullcrap. Imagine if we thought like this during the Apollo program. We would have never gotten people anywhere near the moon, just like we're not getting people anywhere near the moon right now. I can't let that slide, dude. I can't let that slide. That behavior needs to be called out, because I think that's the reason why we're in the position that we're in. And that's why I'd love to discuss it on Flame Trench, but I want to do it without just putting Eric Berger on blast, because he doesn't deserve that. But also, at the same time, you gotta be careful about this, man. We sent space to space. Well worth the money, yeah. But yeah, sorry. I'll get off my soapbox. I'm building out the undersides of the flame trench here, guys, and I'm extending it because I wanna add the front deflector on this thing, not SRB grain. See this? I'm building this. If you're here for Satisfactory, you're wondering what I'm doing. This is what I'm making. I'm building out this. See this block right here? This piece. I'm building out the block at the front. The reason why is because I want trains to come in the side here, and I want them to be able to loop around and go in and out. It'll be better for train logic if the trains don't stop in the trench and then pull out, like turn around and go back. It's better for the logic if they work in a loop, I've found. Mr. Dick, anything good? What's up, Geek? I would argue that he does deserve it. Once again, dude, yeah, I mean, maybe. I'm not trying to put the dude on blast, but this behavior needs to be called out. Like, we can't... This isn't how we get to the moon, man. This will not get us here, and that will not get us anywhere. So, and like, once again, just another poignant thought. If you want me to shut up, just let me know, dudes. I'll just shut up and build if you want. I'm serious. Just let me know. I wouldn't be offended. Like, Eric loves SpaceX, as he should. I like SpaceX as well. I really want them to vindicate everything that I've been saying, and they will. I think they will with Starship, for what it's worth. But I just, you know, once again, I'm a U.S. taxpayer. Part of my tax money goes to NASA, and that's great. I'm super happy about that, right? As a taxpayer, I wouldn't want us to compromise on anything, especially if we're going to spend money on it. Why would you compromise on this dichotomy that we have to choose between commercial? Shut up. Yeah. Okay. Why would you insinuate that we have to, or imply, with everything that you say, just because you like SpaceX, that we have to compromise? We have to choose, you know, one or the other. That's the exact mentality that I'm talking about. Why would you even think that we have to choose? We don't have to choose. We can live in a world where we have a robust commercial space program and a robust public sector space program. We can absolutely do that. You're seeing the benefits of that exact endeavor with the Commercial Crew program. In fact, once again, I think it's important to mention that NASA's long-term goals, NASA having long-term goals, and their long-term goals of turning low Earth orbit access over to commercial was because they decided that they wanted to go back to the moon and Mars eventually with the Constellation program. Those long-term goals are what drive that partnership. Without those long-term goals, if we just give it all to commercial, well, now you're just kind of hoping that, you know, your commercial provider doesn't go bananas and decide, you know, oh, we're going to do something different, right? You know, just because SpaceX is an amazing commercial provider doesn't mean that other commercial providers won't just be like every other legacy thing, like every other legacy contractor. I mean, look at Starliner versus Dragon. UPS and USPS coexist, just saying. Great example, dude. Why do we have to compromise? We don't have to compromise. We should be able to have an Apollo program and the Starship program. We should be able to have both of these things. Even Elon, I was about to say even Elon makes this mistake, but I'm pretty sure he's speaking in the best interest for his multi-billion-dollar spaceflight company that he has, which I understand that, you know, I totally get it, like, but I was about to say even he would say it, but you know what, that's putting words in that dude's mouth. I don't want to do that. I'm pretty sure if I talked to him about this, he would agree with me, or he wouldn't and call me an idiot. I mean, which case, it's probably deserved. So, who knows? The people running NASA should be on the first trip to the moon, then it will be safe and planned. This brutalist megastructure is pretty impressive. Thank you. Oh, don't call it brutalist. I'm not. Yeah. I hate brutalism. I'm gonna make it look Art Deco now, just to spite you. No. But yeah, I don't think we should compromise. I don't think we have to compromise. And anybody that says we have to compromise on that is ridiculous. We've been making compromise after compromise after compromise for the last 50 years. And what has NASA gotten to show for it? The promise of going to the moon soon and then to Mars, that's all we have to show for it, making compromise after compromise. Done compromising. Somebody needs to fight for space, at least in the public sector. I don't think commercial needs to be fought for at all. The commercial program speaks for itself. Once again, why do we have to choose? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. telling you, man, if this is how we did things during the Apollo program, we never would have made it. One of the only reasons we got there, well, I mean, there's a lot of good ones, but one of the only reasons we got there is because the president Kennedy prioritized space as in his policy. Kennedy prioritized it. We need to go to space. That's the final frontier. We need to go there. He made it a national priority. And because he made it a national priority, that leveraged the politicians to expand our space program like crazy. The system worked for him, not against him. He worked with the system, you know? Spaceflight has to be part of our national priority. It just has to. And I mean, truth be told, you could do it with only commercial. But once again, why would we compromise? Why would we compromise? If we once again, I'm ranting at this point. If we compromised during the Apollo program, we never would have got to the moon. We never would have got there. To be fair, the Soviet Union probably wouldn't have either, but to be fair, I think people were motivated by communism. Well, yeah, of course, Jens, but why do we need... My question back to you would be, why do we need a scapegoat to prove... Why do you need an adversarial thing like that to prove that, you know, to prove your technological superiority? We shouldn't have to have a space race just to get our butt in gear regarding going places with spaceflight. Like we don't need a space race. We don't need a space race. I mean, it's probably inevitably going to happen because if we keep going on this trajectory, China will beat us to the moon, and it's going to be hilarious seeing all these politicians squirm because, you know, we should have been there a long time ago, and we never were because of idiotic policy, but hopefully that doesn't happen. It hasn't happened yet, so, you know, you can prevent that from happening. We pulled our head out of our tail, but we shouldn't need an adversarial condition to prove that we're good at what we do. When you take an exam in school, you take a test in school, are you proving that you're smarter than everybody else in the room, or is the test there to make sure that you know what you're doing? Are you playing against other people? You know, do you get a better grade if you get a higher grade than everybody else? No. There's nothing wrong with testing ourselves. And the Final Frontier is the best place to do that. I'm gonna not build out as much here. You're judging yourself when you take a test. Exactly, Shogun. You got it, man. We shouldn't need China or the Soviet Union or anybody to prove that we can go to the moon, to prove our perceived technological superiority. I wouldn't even say it's perceived. If we could get somebody to the moon, we should just do it. Lead by example. We want not a world as what was shown in the beginning of the movie Interstellar. Yeah, W. Yeah, that's the gist of that, yes. Sorry, I'm just a little bit tired, a little cranky because I haven't slept. But that's the truth, man. Why does everybody propose it as we have to, it's mutually exclusive? That's... And yet competition brings out the best in people. It doesn't have to be adversarial. Yeah. So, I have my scale diagram for the ship here. We need to end up moving that up. I'm not gonna build through it just yet. But, it's sad most of the generic public doesn't care about space, and because of that, the politicians don't either. And that is my main impetus for doing what I'm doing. Because NASA's budget is tied to public perception. If I can show enough people, and if I can make the case that space is an important enough issue, we can change that. And it is an important enough issue. It is. How stupid are we gonna look? Like, I mean, if you want to play this game, like, I know I said we shouldn't necessarily have to have an adversary to prove our worth, right? But let's just play off the notion that we do. How sad is it gonna look when China lands people on the moon? I guarantee you it's gonna leave a pretty sour taste in your mouth if you're an American. I mean, you could be happy for them too, but just we wouldn't be able to help but think, why the heck didn't we do this? We did this, you know, we did this 50 years ago. How did they beat us back? Why did we give it up in the first place? I know that that's what the aftermath is going to be. You know, you're going to get people, you're going to get journalists writing, you know, and all the op-eds from all the people who know nothing about space. Like, why haven't we done this? Why did it take us so long? What's going on? Etc., etc. I don't want this to happen. And it sucks that, like I said, it's stupid that that's what it's, you know, if that's what it takes to make it a national priority, but... I guess, Hellfish, that's kind of a very general statement, though, you know. I don't think using ageism to leverage a political agenda, however idealistic and optimistic, is a wise choice. You're just going to come off as arrogant, and you're not going to get anything done. I'm not American, but you'd think there would be an American astronaut on the moon welcoming them, saying, hey, you made it. Bingo, Nathan. Bingo. What's the excuse? Like I said, it's gross. Freaking gross, man. Hold on. Okay, no, that spacing is right. Go watch For All Mankind. That show. It's not a bad show, but I just... Yeah. It could have been so much better, dude. Once again, we shouldn't have to compromise, and we shouldn't be forced to choose between a public sector and a private sector space program. And frankly, every spaceflight pundit proposing that as that, you know, it has to be one or the other, like what Eric is doing, is why we have SLS, ironically. We keep shooting ourselves in the foot. Because, like, once again, Eric's books are fantastic. I get it. He's a good writer. Like, nobody ever said he was bad at that, right? But also, I'm not necessarily sure he gets that this is the exact reason why Constellation was canceled, because people made this argument. Look at Bridenstine versus Nelson's NASA's leadership. You know what, Hellfish? In retrospective, I don't think Bill Nelson's leadership at NASA is going to be seen as, you know, it's kind of just neutral. I don't think it's going to be one or the other. Like really, really good, like Jim was, or really, really necessarily bad. It's hard to be able to leverage NASA and get the system to work for you when your boss doesn't do anything. I think Bill has done okay with what he has. There's been times where I really didn't like what he had to say about things, but I think he's done all right. But just all right isn't good enough. This is space flight, man. You can't dick around with this. It has to be the best. It has to serve and organize the best of our skills. Organize and measure the best of our skills. I'm telling you, man, it's gonna come to a day of reckoning, dude. Just like that National Sciences paper, it's right. It's gonna come to a day of reckoning. You know, when all of NASA's programs are pawned off to commercial, NASA will inevitably become not an engineering agency, but a bureaucratic agency. And the more bureaucratic NASA becomes, the more we're gonna have to deal with stuff like SLS. And then it'll eventually get to the point where NASA spends a crazy amount of money on stuff and gets nothing, absolutely nothing done, and it will be used as justification for killing it. It's a recurring cycle. And that recurring cycle will NASA will wither away. And you guys got to understand that without something like NASA, if NASA becomes an engineering outfit basically in charge of corralling commercial contractors, you're going to fill NASA with bureaucrats and management. It'll be too top heavy. And I mean, ask Boeing how that's going. And if it becomes too top heavy, nothing will get done. NASA needs to be pushing the edge. They always have to. Our incessant drive for commercializing every single facet of NASA in the name of short-term progress will basically be NASA's demise. Because we'll get to the point where commercial just does everything better. Then someone's going to come along and say exactly what Eric Berger is saying. You know, oh, why does NASA need to be here? You know, we've spent so much money on it. It could be spent so much better if we just gave it somewhere else. Somebody will make that same idiotic argument, and then that'll be the justification for getting rid of it completely. And I don't think I need to mention how catastrophically bad it would be for NASA. I don't think I need to say how catastrophically bad it would be for the spaceflight economy in general if NASA went under, or NASA turned into a regulatory or management agency. That is less money being spent on the space economy, no matter how you cut it. How is spending less money in the public sector going to help commercial providers that are dependent on NASA for contracts? How's that going to work? Well, I mean, somebody could make the argument that SpaceX is fine. They don't have to worry about it because they could just get funding from Starlink, and that's absolutely true. But now you have a monopoly. Now you have a commercial monopoly on space. What happened the last time we had a monopoly on assured access to space by a commercial partner in the U.S. launch industry? The market collapsed, and it's stagnated. We need to be expanding. You need to be growing a commercial economy because they're commercial providers. If your economy isn't growing and you have providers that are dependent on capitalism, because you remove the public sector part of that, what's that going to do? That's going to stagnate the commercial space economy. I'm telling you, man, not good. Once again, and it all goes back to what I was saying. Why should we compromise? Compromising like this is why we have SLS. Do we really want to do that in the future? I don't know. It's gonna be... see how it plays out. Unless NASA becomes 100% military, I don't see you protect its funding in the long term. What are you talking about, Goat Meals? What do you mean? What? How can you say that? I'm confused. What do you mean protecting its funding? Its funding can clearly be protected. Look at the SLS program. Its funding can be protected. NASA's funding has been protected for the last 15 years. There's clearly a way to make these programs politically sustainable. Right? Clearly there's a way to do it. Because SLS is doing it. SLS is having a grand old time doing that just fine. I don't have a problem with programs like that, as long as they do something. Why, everybody said, oh, it's pork in congressional districts. So if you say I want to launch SLS more, these people get more quote unquote pork and they get a bigger jobs program. Why do we think people won't vote for and fund that? I don't understand. It's hard to compete against commercial. NASA doesn't have to compete against commercial. Because arguably what a public sector rocket and a private sector rocket does is two different things. That's like asking for profitability out of the James Webb Space Telescope. I seem to recall certain journalists saying that SLS wouldn't survive in the commercial market. Well, good, it shouldn't have to. It's a rocket that's built for scientific exploration. There is no market for that. Even SpaceX will tell you there's no market for that. That's why Starlink exists. Sorry, I'm a little cranky. What do you think about the Space Force heading up NASA and getting their funding from the military side? We tried that during the shuttle program. That didn't end well because the Department of Defense all of a sudden saw the space shuttle as useless. So how do we know they're not going to get cold feet again? I don't trust it. I think the spaceflight should operate as an independent entity, Cal, but you'd be out of your mind to think that the Space Force, not spaceflight, you'd be out of your mind to think that the Space Force doesn't pump a lot of money into the space economy. They absolutely do. Expanding the Space Force was a great idea. Expanding the Air Force space and missile systems into the Space Force was a stroke of genius. That was really smart. That expanded our spaceflight economy. We basically, the NSSL program is Department of Defense money that they paid to get enhancements and better rockets. New Glenn is part of the reason why New Glenn exists is because of that NSSL contract. The entire reason why Vulcan exists is because of that NSSL contract. Just saying. Scott does some nozzle analysis with good pictures, same conclusions though. Let me check on the Titans. Yeah, sorry guys, I'm just a little cranky. I haven't slept in a little while, but hopefully I was able to articulate my point good enough without ranting too hard. Is that space elevator usable or just for show? The objective phase 4 up there in the top right, Jens. I need to send supplies up the space elevator. I don't use it. You send supplies up the thing. I need to send 500 assembly director systems, 500 magnetic field generators, 250 thermal propulsion rockets, and 100 nuclear pasta, whatever the hell that is. IMO. Commercial crew will be the downfall of NASA as the space engineering division of the U.S. government. Elon, Jeff, can you do this guy's for it? Great, here's money. Yeah, geek. Anybody that... You're right. Anybody that makes that argument at this point is inadvertently arguing for less money for NASA. This is why, even though I love SpaceX, I love them, Starship's going to vindicate reusable spaceflight because the shuttle should have done it and they didn't let it do it. I get that. But also at the same time, how can it be construed any other way? Anybody that's saying we should just have commercial do it, is arguing to defund NASA. How can that be construed any other way? right? That's the whole argument I'm trying to make here. I don't think that's wise. Once again, as taxpayers, why should we compromise? Now, that's not to say that... Now, like... What am I trying to say? That's not to say that the government programs are a waste. There's such a huge waste of cash right now. But, once again, I would make the argument that if they had some direction and some goals, and nobody's willing to take accountability and shoulder those goals because, I don't know. Oh, I'm trying not to kill you guys, but you're pissing me off. There we go. Gotcha. No one wants to commit to a national space program, and all that's doing is basically just bleeding NASA dry. How likely is it a private contractor will take up the shuttle program on an improved budget? Very unlikely. Boeing owns the rights to the shuttle. You can't revive it without them saying yes, and I'm pretty sure that's the farthest thing on their mind right now. Do I still have concrete on me? Yes, we do. Alright, we gotta expand this one more thing out. Wait a minute, I need to check to see that this row right here isn't a row that's gonna need a rib on it. Hold on. Go 9 spacing to the next rib. Oh no. Yeah, perfect. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 in between each rim. So, yeah, that pillar right there is going to be the front of the flame trench. Problem is how wasteful NASA resources are. But yeah, of course, Duckman, of course they're gonna waste time. They're gonna waste resources because no one has given them anything to do. No concrete goals, no accountability. That's what I mean. Yeah, concrete goals. I just made it funny. No accountability, dude. The money is there, guys. The money is there. It's frankly absurd that all this SLS stuff seemingly costs so much. It's absurd, right? It's ridiculous. This shouldn't cost this much. But what do you expect for a program with no goals or direction? What incentivizes a commercial contractor to get... So, like, take Aerojet Rocketdyne, for instance, okay? Or L3 Harris, or whatever the hell you want to call it. Whatever their name is now. You know, I was reading a blog the other day from a tech blogger. I forget the name of the person, and forgive me, because this is a good point. Aerojet Rocketdyne was supposed to deliver 16 of these RS-25E engines by 2023, and they've delivered like 4 or something, right? That's not acceptable. And each motor is $146 million, and NASA already owns the motor. Now, once again, I'm not 100% sure how spot on that is. I would assume that this blogger very much seemed like they knew what they were talking about. I'd have to go find the blog, but SLS is a national disgrace. That's the one. Casey something or other. What's Aerojet Rocketdyne's incentive to delivering anything on a useful timescale if NASA keeps pushing back their own dates? They said, oh, we're going to go to the moon in 2024. Yeah, no, never mind. What is their solution to get stuff done expediently? Like, why would they? Or not their solution. What's their reasoning? Why would they? That's incentivizing your contractors to basically be useless. That blog was written by somebody with a long career at JPL. Yeah, Casey something or other. Like I said, I remember the... It seemed pretty well thought out, and I definitely written by somebody that knows what they're talking about. But once again, I'll ask, what's the incentive to get stuff done expediently? There is none. There's only an incentive to bleed NASA dry, because you don't know when some bonehead is going to come along and say that SLS needs to be canceled, right? You don't know when someone's going to come along and say that. You don't know if the funding's going to be there tomorrow, because there's no guarantee that this thing is ever going to fly more than, you know, at this point in contract on paper, the SLS is out to Artemis 12, I think, or at least for long lead components, right? For, you know, for engines and stuff. There's no incentive to deliver anything expediently. And the only way to do that would be to have a goal and a date to say, like, we need to launch this by this date. We need to go back to the moon in 2024, etc., etc. So it looks like you're building a huge flame trench. That's pretty cool. I assume you'll build some sort of ship in it, like the Pillar of Autumn. No doubt that's the spaceship that will house your factory. ABC, am I that frigging predictable? Or did I just nail the flame trench design that you recognized it from Reach? Yeah, of course, Geek. Once again, that's no new information. Money for Space Force is not money for NASA, but money for Space Force is more money for the spaceflight economy. It expands the spaceflight economy. That's good for commercial and inadvertently good for NASA. I can give you a cited example, James, if you want. Northrop Grumman designed the Omega rocket to use 3.7 meter solid rocket carbon composite casings for the Omega rocket. That was a bid for NSSL. Omega didn't get an NSSL contract, and neither did Northrop Grumman. Northrop Grumman, the Space Force paid them $500 million to develop these rockets for Omega, and then Omega didn't get picked. And then Northrop Grumman said, I don't know, what are we going to do with these? And then NASA came along with a budget to procure more SRBs after they finished using up all the space shuttle casings for Artemis 6 or something, Artemis 6 or Artemis 4 and beyond, right? And Northrop Grumman had a solution to this problem, the Booster Obsolescence and Life Expectancy Program, BOLE for short. They basically used that seed development money from the Space Force, that $500 million that wouldn't have been there otherwise, to develop boosters for SLS. And then they got the contract for the BOLE program. And then future versions of SLS, the Block 2 variant, will fly with carbon composite SRBs, increasing SLS's throw weight. How much stuff it can move into space. No, I just thought you could use a commenter knowing exactly what's going on for once. Oh, thanks, ABC. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, sorry. I'm cranky, dude. Cranky because I haven't slept. But we have been making pretty damn good progress on this. I'm gonna shut up and talk about what I'm doing for a change. Message received, ABC. I've watched all the progress, so I appreciate it. Yeah. Unfortunately, you know, even when I'm cranky and tired, I can still talk and work. I did get a lot of this done. Yeah. What I'm working on is the front part of the trench right here. I'm working on building this. Now, we can't really see it in this angle. So I'm going to have to take some creative license with it, I think. I'm trying to look for a good shot. Oh, no, come back. Yeah, see that piece right there, the front of the flame trench. Need to figure that out. Actually, right here, I do believe in this video where somebody rocket jumped out to this. Let's see if we can see a shot of the front of this thing. Yeah, there's nothing there. There's nothing there because it's because you're not supposed to see that geometry. So we're gonna have to take some creative license with that. But this fortunately does give us a pretty good view of what's on the top of the deck right here, where the umbilicals and everything should be. Like this, you know, that's actually pretty good. So in this shot, that person is standing basically up there, looking down at where we are in this shot. Actually, they're looking over there, kind of at the front right. Then they gave those cases to ULA. I don't know if they gave them to ULA, James, but I don't remember that happening. This pillar doesn't need to be here, so we can dump it, and then we need to extend that platform all the way up there to out. Look at it this way, at least your country has a NASA. Oh yeah, no, Jens, I know. I'm absolutely 100% grateful for having something like NASA. I don't want to see that go away. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Because the argument that I'm trying to make is that if we sit here and keep saying, oh, SpaceX can do it for cheaper, SpaceX can do it for cheaper, SpaceX can do it for cheaper, we won't have a NASA in the future. Understand? Does that make sense, dude? That's the whole argument. That's the whole point. At least I have a NASA. Yeah, I'm super grateful for that. But there's a possibility of there's a reasonably foreseeable outcome where we might not in the future. And that scares the piss out of me. I don't want to see NASA go away. You'd be off. No spaceflight fan in their right mind would ever want that to happen. Yet here we are. IMO, the U.S. needs a reason to get excited about space. Kennedy has the space race to beat the Russians. We need a reason. No, we don't. I disagree, Geek. 100%. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I don't think we need a reason. I think having a reason is unsustainable if you really want to know. There's that word getting thrown around. I think having a reason is extremely unsustainable. I think that is a short-sighted, short-term goal that will screw us in the long run. Because once you complete that reason, there's no need for a space program anymore. How do I know? That's exactly what happened. In 1972, that's exactly what happened. See what I'm saying? No, we shouldn't have a reason. We shouldn't have a scapegoat reason. There should be no other reason but to push the frontier and serve to organize and measure the best of our skills, like what Kennedy said. Any other reason is, and ironically he said that, you know, to try and beat the Russians, but he's right. You should not have one, but you need one now. Crap. Geek, I think that having a reason and justification here is just as politically unsustainable as it was in the 60s as it is now. There needs to be another way. There's clearly another way to do it. The shuttle program did it. SLS seems to have no problem doing absolutely nothing, and we still have a justification for it. There's ways to do it without needing a national scapegoat. I'm very skeptical of people that say that stuff too. Oh, we gotta beat China, we gotta beat China. That's great. That's great. And maybe that'll get us a short-term goal and a short-term bump in NASA's funding. But you know, for all the coping that NASA does saying that Artemis, oh, well, Artemis is more sustainable. Artemis is more sustainable. How? How is it more sustainable? The only way it's more sustainable is doing less things for more money. I.e., the Saturn V could do everything that the Artemis program is setting out to do and then some. So what's sustainable now? What's sustainable? What's different this time? There is none. There's no difference. You need another reason. Certainly not an adversarial reason, even though that does help. Would China be doing what it is doing if there was nothing to gain? China is doing it because they want to prove to the world that they can do it. They want to prove that they're a superpower. That's their reason. They're doing it because they can. They're doing it because they have the means to do it. They have the means and they have the talent. And you'd be stupid to think that they wouldn't do it. They're doing it to prove to everybody that they can do it. They're a superpower. They want to be taken seriously. Once again, why can't we do the same? Because we're already taken seriously? It's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous thing to say. Did you nap? I got a little bit of sleep, dude. Because we already did it? Great, that was 50 years ago. What do I say about trading on our past endeavors? Just because we won the War of 1812 doesn't mean we could necessarily be good at fighting a war now. That was over 200 years ago. Now, I mean, once again, I would contend to say that we probably could. Our military is pretty damn good, but our military is pretty good because we didn't need... Military's pretty good because we never stopped spending money on it. You know, we should do the same with NASA. NASA would be as robust, but whatever. I heard there's no oil in space. We don't know that for sure. I mean... I understand that. I agree we shouldn't need it, but that is what will get them going. That's a short-term solution. That's a stopgap, geek. I agree with what you're saying, and you're no doubt not wrong. But that's a stopgap. That's a stopgap. That's cope. That's copium. I'm not, dude. I'm telling you, man. Viper getting canceled knocked a screw loose. I'm sick of sitting here and taking L after L after L and trying to justify NASA's idiotic behavior for this. Oh, well, it's not politically sustainable. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sick of sitting here basically being gaslit by NASA and journalists that, you know, a compromise is okay. You know, this program is too expensive. We don't need to do that. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it because it's very clear that despite all that, people still play crappy games with this, and we still end up getting the shaft. No. I'm done. I'm done doing that. I'm not doing that no more. The gloves are off. I'm pissed, and you should be too. Sorry. Just the nonsense that happened at JPL. JPL laid off 1/8 of their workforce this year. Budgetary constraints. Viper got canceled. Chandra is on the chopping block. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Not you. I'm sick of sitting here and being like, oh, you know, it's all right. If SpaceX, it's all right. SpaceX will just do it. It's all right. SpaceX will just do it. Now, that's not wrong. Of course they will. But that's a compromise. That's a compromise. And once again, that goes back to the original impetus for this. I said that at the very beginning of this talk, that where I disagree with Eric Berger is that I think the system can be fixed, and he can't. He doesn't seem to think that it can be done. I'm agreeing with you as well. Yeah, I got you. All right, cool. How does this look, dudes? It's coming along. It's really coming along. The spiciness is keeping me very motivated. Yeah, Joe. I'm not American, but Canada relies on NASA for space, which is sad. I just want the stuff to work. Yeah, Vargon, I got you. Just got off work. I'm working on my video from the launch. I was able to record SEP and a lot of the second stage burn. Cool, cool. I was reading a paper, or not a paper. It was a thread on Twitter, on X. It was regarding that SLS is a national disgrace article. Scott talked about it, and then Phil Metzger talked about it, who was a planetary scientist for. He worked at NASA, or not a planetary scientist. He's an engineer that worked at NASA. On the shuttle program and whatnot, and he writes awesome threads that teach people about space on X. And they all had this conversation, and I believe it was Phil Metzger that said something that, what did he say? Maybe it was him, maybe it was somebody else. We've basically, I don't know if I should say that, it's a little too political. I'm trying not to be politically divisive in this day and age. And if you're not political, don't worry. There's only a month more of this nonsense, and then we don't have to deal with it again. It was, I don't remember the exact thing off the top of my head, but it was something to the tune of, we've been resting on our laurels since basically the end of the Cold War. We've been just pretending like we're still, like we don't have, you know, people catching up to us technologically. We're stuck sitting here kind of pretending like it's 1991 and we defeated communism and everything's good. We could just sit back, relax, and sit on a beach and make 20%. And that mentality is affecting the space program inadvertently. And it is. Yeah, Mercs, I'm not touching that one. Don't do that in here, please. Even the funny quips, like, they are funny, but don't do that in here. The last thing I need is people arguing about what they want for president in here, because what's that gonna solve? Is that gonna change anybody's mind? Ain't gonna change nobody's mind. No, it's all good, man. It's all good. Just telling you what I'm thinking. This thing's a beast. Oh. Thanks, Ivan. I'm a good podcast. Well, thank you for listening, guys. I do appreciate it. I hate that thing is cutting right through this, but oh well, what are you gonna do? Chrome, that's what we're reduced to. We're gonna get shown up by that. Wasn't the whole point of the Cold War to show that that's not a good idea, but yet here we are, kind of inadvertently being just okay with that. Like, that's all right. It's like we're... Yeah, dude, I gotta go find that thread from Phil and a couple of other people. It's pretty good, man. It's a pretty good read, and I agree with it. I think it's right. We have to stop sitting here and pretending like it's 1997. Like, you know, the dot-com boom is good, infinite growth, everything is good, we can make more profit this, more profit that. It's not 1997 anymore, guys. But yet, we see rhetorics and policy kind of acting like, yeah, it's fine, everything's good. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. NASA's spaceflight policy is atrocious. It's so bad. Like, no, it ain't all good, man. There's no boogers in it, sir. once again, I'm specifically talking about spaceflight policy. I don't know about anything else, and I don't want to discuss it. We're talking about space policy. Space policy is frankly garbage. It's terrible. It's just what a like a jump to conclusions mat. It's a mat with different conclusions that you can jump to. Taste it. Taste the boogery flavor. I know it's in there. It's all good. No, it ain't all good. Give me a blonde-haired white boy so I can enjoy that stuff. You the man? No, you the man, and that's the problem. Thank you, Mayan, for not making me look completely crazy. I appreciate it, buddy. Yeah. Ooh, hello. Hello. I'm fired up, drummer, either because I got a good night's sleep or I'm running on fumes. Because I didn't get a good night's sleep. It's one or the other. I'll let you decide which one it is. Okay. Yeah, baby. You're not a police chase guy? What do you mean, no? Police chase? What does a police chase have to do with what I'm talking about? I'm confused. God, I'm not 100% sure that NSF is ready for this. Nothing about what you're talking about, yeah. Alright, whatever you do, just wash your hands. That's where a pillar's gonna be. Some streamers like to watch police chases live, so he's giving you a heads up in case you like that. Now, okay, so I don't mind police chases. I think police chases are fun and exciting to watch, and I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like they're not, right? Here's my thing, Ivan. I have a very, very big problem with, personally, with my stream. I have a big problem with showing death and violence on stream. Okay? Now, we do talk about Challenger. We do talk about Apollo 1. We talk about Columbia. That's not ideal. But I do not want to show something that could potentially get somebody hurt and profit off of it. I'm not doing that. Yeah. Even like automotive racing, I won't show a crash where somebody dies. I won't do that. Planes, no, absolutely not. Like, I won't do it. I have a serious problem with that. Now, I understand in the same breath that we do talk about military equipment. I get it, but we talk about a lot of different military equipment on here, and I do play games like Hearts of Iron, but those are video games, you know? But yeah, no, I'll watch a police chase. I'm not gonna sit there and pretend like I wouldn't get my popcorn out and be like, yo. But no, not a good idea on stream. That, and I'm pretty, as Drummer said, it's pretty sure something about the terms of service there. Like, I think Twitch is, it, like, and I want to be very clear, I would have this rule regardless. But I'm pretty sure Twitch's terms of service is same. It's the same deal. I'm just explaining what he meant. I know it's not your thing. Okay. Yeah, caveman, yeah. We're getting to the point where I'm actually going to have to move my ship scale model, the scale indicators up. No, nobody ever did, Drummer. Yeah, Vargani did say that. You're at. Okay, that's the right one. Excellent. Is this a real project you're working on from a real building? No. Ray, this is not a real building. It's from a video game. It's from another video game. I'm building this. Specifically, the dock for that. I'm going to build my factory inside of this. I don't know. It's just something different to do. With blueprints and Zoop, you can get this done. This is what you see here is the byproduct of about a week of work here. And here, let me show you. This is the whole... I got the whole flame duct thing pretty much figured out here. If you look... Yeah, no problem, man. All good. Probably should be talking more about what I'm doing, less about space, but sorry, I can't help it sometimes. I don't know if you got the memo. Like, I'm pretty passionate about NASA. So, we've engineered all this using, a long time ago, Halo fans decompiled the model of the Pillar of Autumn and figured out how long it is and how big it is. So, I got some scale dimensions here, and I've been engineering out the trench down here, right? For all of this. The parts that I'm specifically working on are right here. The part, like, those pieces that I just made that are way up in the air are going to be the plates that are basically this point on the trench right here. See what I'm talking about? I'm working on building this front piece. I wasn't sure if I wanted to make it at first, but I think for future-proofing how I want to set this design up, it's a good idea. If you notice, I have a bunch of foundations down there that are kind of spaced out, and I'm building out all the pillars for it and stuff. What I want is the factory to be inside the ship, and the ship to be inside of the dry dock. And I want the cargo bays inside of the ship to have drone landing ports and have drones moving resources in and out of the vehicle. And then resource elevators inside of the hold downs, these big grabber arms that hold the ship in place. Now this ship is 1.17 kilometers long. It's 1,170 meters from the decompiled model, and per Halo lore, that's how long it is. So if you look, I have a straight line of concrete foundations, and if you look at it close, I have numbers on it. That's to indicate the length of the ship. And those are indicating the size of the ship. But these are too low in the ducts. In order to get my grabber arms, the grabber arms and the drones to fly like up into the ports and stuff, in order to get this all right, the ship needs to be a lot higher. But the reason why I made this scale, like if you go back there, you can see how tall the ship actually is with that column right there. The reason why I made this is because I needed to start somewhere. I needed to figure out the length of the ship so I could scale the flame trench to it. I needed to start with the measurements of the ship to get the measurements of the dock, and now that I have the measurements from the dock, right, I can figure out where the ship lives in 3D space. Basically reverse engineering things. But, like I said, I want drones and stuff flying into the Pillar of Autumn, and I want resource elevators inside of the grabber arms, right? So in order to do that, we're not getting all the resources from the desert here. I'm going to need a system that goes across the entire map to get bauxite, to get oil, to get water, all this other stuff. So my idea, and this is where I'm taking a little bit of creative license with this. So in Halo Reach, where you see the Pillar of Autumn in its dry dock, right? The dry dock is built into the side of it's built into a canyon. The immediate thing that popped into my head is Dodger Stadium. Dodger Stadium is built into a canyon, so like, it's built into the side of a hill. So if you want to get to the upper decks of Dodger Stadium, you walk up the hill and you walk into the ballpark and you're looking down at home plate, right? This looks to be the same way. Now, I don't necessarily have that luxury, right? Except for that canyon over there that we're going to build it into. There's no canyon on this side, and there's no canyon in the game that matched the lengths that I needed. So I'm not building a canyon inside of these things. What I am going to do is build a resource distribution hub inside of this. I'm going to have trains, trucks, whatever, driving into the hollow parts of the trench here, and like crazy gigantic resource elevators that will move all the resources up into the ship. Pipeline connections, drone connections, whatever. And that's why the spacing on my pillars here, the spacing on the pillars here are enough to get a train station in. We did that on purpose. So this thing is going to have like multiple train tracks going in from the back of it. And the reason why I wasn't 100% sure on building out the front piece of the trench here, but I thought it would be a really cool idea to have a resource hub here and then have the trains basically use this front column piece right here to drive around the flame trench in a U shape and go into the other side and maybe drop resources over there if we needed to. Basically, in my design, Satisfactory eyes, the trains come in on this side and they turn around and come out on this side. See what I'm saying? Yeah, that was the idea. But yeah, that's where I'm up to. It is a pretty big project, but with the Zoop tool, with Zoop and with prefabs, I should be able to get this done. I mean, like I said, this is about a week of work. Probably got about totally into my save. And now keep in mind, I wasn't working on the trench the whole time. We're at 78 hours, but probably about, I'd say 50 of that was grinding up to tier 8 where we are. Yeah, that's what I'm working on, dudes. Do you have a plan for what will be manufactured in there, in the ship? Everything. Shrubbery, I'm basically going to take my vertical main bus idea from my other save, make it not vertical, and put it all inside of the ship. The ship's going to be built like the Vabtory. It's going to look like my factories from the old saves. If you remember those, I'm pretty sure you do. Every Satisfactory I've seen always just goes crazy with big mega factory projects. That's what I did in my previous 1.0 save, Ray. When that Satisfactory 1 released, I wanted to do some market research, right? I'm like, okay, what are people not doing? People have made ships and stuff in Satisfactory, like they've made battle stars and stuff, that's cool. Like, I dig it. As far as I can tell, I haven't seen anybody make something like this. And as a streamer, you gotta have like kind of, unique content. You gotta blaze your own trail. And I think, I don't really have any good justification for why I'm gonna put my mega factory inside of the Pillar of Autumn, but why not? Why wouldn't you? That's cool. I think that's super neat, right? Like, yeah. Like, I don't need a reason. It's like what I was talking about with the space program. You don't need a reason. Just do it. I'm gonna go get that damn slug. gonna need more concrete. Get NASA sponsored by Nike? What? But you know, the kind of crazy thing is, Ray, that I didn't really plan this, but this kind of inadvertently ended up being built into the canyon just because of the sheer scale of it. So, yeah, it actually is kind of cool. It's gonna look like these pillars picked up on this point here, which was a happy accident. If I was gonna do this again, I would have moved the trench a little bit more to the right, so it's more built into the side of the canyon. But I don't feel like dismantling all that. Yeah, I don't feel like doing that. That's yeah. No, we don't need to do that. I'm not doing that. What are you kidding? Yeah, I'm not doing that. Which one of the pillars is the Pillar of Autumn, though? Oh, I haven't made it yet. The Pillar of Autumn pillars will be up there. These are just pillars of summer, or columns of winter, or something. Yeah, Ray. Yeah. I think it would be totally cool. I don't think anybody is doing something like this. I mean, I'm sure there is. I'm sure someone is. I don't think any of the content creators are doing stuff like this, which is, like I said, you got to blaze your own trail. But I think with the Satisfactory palette and with the new shaders that they added, with Unreal 5, with Lumen, we can nail that Halo aesthetic. We can make it look. I can make this look right. We can get it right, and it'll look awesome, dude. Legally distinct Autumns of Pillar, yes. Just move it over, though. Come on. Shut up, Kippy. Be quiet. Let's... That's right, okay. Last. Model used in the game reach is a bit smaller than the original dimensions. Alright. Yeah, I see it, Lunprod. Thank you for doing that decompiling. Lunprod, if you measure, just out of curiosity, can you measure from this, not including that big old antenna in the front, can you measure from like the muzzle of the railgun? See how long it is there? Actually, it's supposed to be 1170. Yeah, okay, it is smaller. Never mind. You don't need to do that. Well, we'll see how close we can get it, dude. Yeah, no, this is cool. How many trucks of concrete are you using? 2 or 3? Yes, I am.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What do boxers need if they want to become comedians? A good punchline.
I know it's a lot of work, but could you make the pillars round? I could, Kippy, but I almost jumped. Is there a build limit to this game? Yes, but we're not going to get near it. Nice view, though. Yeah, Cirrus, I know. Did come out pretty good, huh? Oh, balls. Ow. We're good. Hey, Wario. Terve. Have paive. Terve. Big Mikale. Let's see when. I don't know. Sometime. I don't think I want to make these pillars circular, dudes. I don't think that a circular pillar in this design fits with the Halo aesthetic that we're going for. A lot of the buildings in Halo aren't really cylindric, per se. Hey, Gaw, since EJ isn't playing Workers, I guess it's safe for me to play RimWorld while you lurk. You know?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Trust me, we'll make this look right. Hey, Bombo, 19-month resub. Thanks, buddy. Oh, ran out of concrete. Gotta go get some more. Yeah, Wolfie. I don't think making the pillars cylindric in here is going to look right. It's not going to be the right aesthetic that I'm looking for. If I make the pillars cylindric in here, it's going to end up looking like a parking garage. Trust me. I'm going to make prefabs that'll make the trim parts good. In fact, I probably should make those prefabricated trim parts now, but you know how I in the walkways over here that we did, the walkways that go under the trench. That one doesn't have a walkway. This one. The whole thing is going to be decked out like this. That's Halo aesthetic. You know what I mean? Which is coincidentally not that far off from the style that I was building in my last factory pre 1.0. We'll make this look like that. It'll look good, trust me. You're not going to be able to unsee that now. Don't worry. When we add all the details in, it'll look like, yeah. Oh, man, I'm really getting tired. All right, let's go see what the Titans are up to. Titans! Hello! A dead alien. Thank you, Peter. Ah, mod frames. An arcade-style Galaga machine. Oh, nice. Some poopers! Just put that in there for now. Yellow power slug. Quick wire. Good job, Titans. You gonna be good for flame trench? I'll be fine. Should make some rifles and drop them around. We'd be able to drive the fix-it cart in the ship. Yes. Absolutely, man. Oh yeah, that's right. I hooked up my plastic overflow to the sink. Forgot about that. Sweet. Got 5 tickets. That's pretty neat. Good afternoon. How goes the build? It's going good, man. I just needed to make a stop for more concrete. Yeah, Kippy, I'm going to do that. Actually, in Halo lore, the Marines have scooters. They're little, like, electric scooters and bikes that they ride around on the ships. Yeah, UNSC personnel moves around on these ships on bicycles. In the lore. Yeah. If you really wanted to know. Bicycles and electric scooters. Like Lewis Hamilton's. Yes, exactly like that. See? Haven't seen a Satisfactory stream for a while. Are you actually building a spaceship-style factory? Yeah, Kelly, I'm gonna make that. Right now, I'm working on the flame trench and ducting for it because I'm building it into this. I want to have the hold downs. I'm building the flame trench for it, so, you know, I found a way to build a launch pad in Satisfactory, as is tradition. Yeah, we're building this, and then I'll start making the actual ship. This is just the flame trench for it. Here, Kelly, take a look. Here, we can go up there. Must have taken a lot of concrete. I have a concrete production facility that can produce 70 concrete units a second. 70 units of concrete a second. It's not anything big. It's just a bunch of overclocked machines. But yeah, this is that. See that down there? That's what this is. And right now I'm working on figuring out where this front piece of the trench lives. See what I'm talking about right here? That's what I'm looking for. Oh. Yeah, we're a long ways up, dude. When will you add actual water sprays to your driveway? What? The air must be getting real thin up here. Yep. So where we're standing, right here, is right there, underneath the ship. We're standing like right here, on this piece, on the outer edge of this piece. If they want to know. I'm not doing the rocks. We're not doing that. I'll make something else here because I don't know if you can tell, there are in fact no rocks over here. You're already this high and not even started the ship. This is where the bottom of the ship is going to be. I needed to get my scale diagram figured out, so I could figure out how big to make the trench. But yeah, we're probably we're gonna work on this next week. The whole scale diagram needs to go up, so that rectangle at the very bottom, see that by the 10 right there? That rectangle needs to be at the height that we're standing at. The bottom of the ship needs to be level with the top deck of the trench in order to get the arms and everything to line up. So yeah, the ship's gonna be up there somewhere. Happy 1.0, what a game. I love this game. Satisfactory is awesome. Yeah, she's a monster, dudes. It's gonna be sick. It's gonna be so cool. Dude, you're gonna be able to see the ship from anywhere on the map. You'll be able to go the other side of the map. You'll be able to see it. It'll be awesome. Render distance says no. I have all the settings cranked to maximum, dude. And with chunk optimization, yeah, it shouldn't be a big deal. Sorry guys, I'm kind of trying to conserve energy for Flame Trench. I'm just, yeah, not talking too much. I do a podcast on Fridays with my buddies for a spaceflight journalism outfit called NASA Spaceflight. And, yeah, I'm trying to save energy. I didn't get much sleep. Like maybe 2 hours. Time is Flame Trench, about an hour and 10 minutes from now. we're gonna do flame trench and then I'm done for the night. Because, yeah. If I don't get some sleep tonight, I'm really gonna pay for it. And I'm not even 100% sure I'll last if I tried to do after hours. But don't worry, we will resume this crazy Satisfactory build next week. We'll hit it guns blazing. I might even... I feel bad because I said we'd stream a lot of this today, and we ended up getting basically a regular stream's worth of content, and I said I would stream more, and I feel bad about over-promising like that, guys. So I might skip workers next week and just play Satisfactory all week. Because we're, once again, budgeted Christmas. The end of the year. This project, I want this project to be done by the end of the year. I think that's reasonable. I think that's obtainable. Yeah, we got to get it done. I'm sticking to my guns. We got to do it. Take your time, though. If I take my time, it's not going to get done. Your health is more important. I know. That's why I said we're going to do this next week, not now. If I was not prioritizing my health, I would stream for like 15 hours today. I don't understand. Was I not clear about something? Does that include completing all the phases? Yeah. A lot of work for sure. I'm prepared, man. Ray, if you don't know me, like, I'm notorious for doing stuff like this. When I play a game, I want to play the damn game. I want to get my damn money's worth. I think we're doing that. Look at my little baby factory down there. It's a little baby factory. Hell yeah, brother. Let's go. That's right, man. It's a big structure. When you see it in scale, you're like, it's hard to decipher scale from this until you notice that there's doors down there. The people-sized doors that I put in the flame trenches. This is a big structure. No, I don't want collaborators. I don't want to do that. I want to go at it alone. Pat, I'm not going to sit here and say like a lot of my energy isn't coffee induced. There's probably going to be a day of reckoning where I can't do it anymore, but that's okay. We'll worry about that later. That's future EJ's problem. Don't take that as me not prioritizing my health. Yeah, no, it's fine. Would you approach this build differently if soup wasn't a feature? I would not attempt this if soup or blueprints was not a feature. Car toys, it would take an insane amount of time. I drink it by the bucket. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. It seemed that I have forgotten to make some of these towers. Forgive me, that I think I'm just tired. Now do this in workers style. What would be a workers mega project like this, Katra? Honest answer. Like what do you think would rival this in terms of ridiculousness in workers and resources? I was thinking a car-centric city, to be honest with you. I want to build that main Central Valley to be car-centric, because I think that would be hilarious. Thoughts on a 1970 Honda Vamos? Is that a car or a bike? Is that that's a motorcycle, is it not? I mean, either way, old. Pretty cool. Build Chernobyl. Chernobyl was a 4-reactor RBMK complex. We have the twin reactor houses, Kelly. We could do it. I don't know if you've seen me play workers, dude. Because you said you hadn't seen Satisfactory in a little bit. Build New Mombasa in workers? I don't think that's possible. No, not just the reactor, but the entire city, too. You want me to build Pripyat in workers? In the desert? No, I'm just saying that would be a mega project. Yeah. Oh, and workers, I thought you were already adding to this crazy project. No, Cornbread, my question was, what do you think if I was gonna build something that would rival this project in grandiose vision and scale, like what would it be? Like, what would I need to do for people to, in workers, what would I need to do for people to look at this and be like, damn, you're crazy for trying to do that? Because those are the projects that I love. Not gonna lie. Imagine building Moscow. I don't think the game can build at that scale. St. Petersburg, be the Russia. Ruble only and profitable in 1990. That's easy. Epcot? Oh. Get to 1 million population. Actual tourism focused city would be cool. So, what I think would be an awesome challenge in workers, and I haven't seen anybody do it, would be to build all that, build a car-centric city. Get our automotive industry in game scaled and up and running, and build a car-centric city. That city in the Central Valley. Raw material resources brought in either via train or by boat, and build Blakalakadakistan, Detroit. And make the entire central city planned around the automobile. I'm talking low-density housing, parking lots everywhere. Like the Grand Bodega will look like a freaking Walmart. I'm kind of okay with this. Amazon distribution centers, like... Bakalaka Detroit stand. Yeah. Build trucks and export them. Build lots of trucks. Because no one's expecting you to do that in workers. Like no one's expecting you to go car centric. I've been called nuts for wanting to do it. So I think that Central Valley city that we're gonna do in the Desert Republic is going to be. It's gonna end up looking like Dubai. Does the game have sports cars? Yes. Build a lot of vehicles. Exactly. Do you think that would be a grandiose enough project to get people to like workers? Logo, is the structure of this a flame trench or a dry dock? Well, I asked that same question, dude, and I'm not really sure what the answer is. It's definitely a flame trench because we have a flame duct and everything, right? But also, they say in the game that the ship's in dry dock. Now, I think where our breakdown... What we have here is a breakdown in communications. Now, if... Honestly, like, oh, my brain just stopped. What does a ship dry dock look like for a ship that's a 1.17 kilometers long that can go up and down from space? What does a dry dock from that look like? So, do we have an approximation of what this might look like? The shuttle processing facility, the SPF from the shuttle program, would probably be a close approximation. But there's no flame trenches in the SPF. So the only other approximation that I can really come close to is super heavy in the chopsticks. So what does a dry dock for a spaceship look like? I think a dry dock for a spaceship of this size is just any place where you can sit it down in the atmosphere and power the ship on shore power. So I think the launch pad is the dry dock. Pogo. That's the conclusion that I came to. I don't know about you. Being on land, well, it's a spaceship. It's not really supposed to go in water, right? Like, yeah, because here, look, they say it's a dry dock, but also, see what I'm saying? Oh, that's so badass, even now. It's so cool. I don't care. I know it's... No, it's like super fake. Obviously, it's sci-fi, but... I would love to live in a universe where we do stuff like this one day, and Starship is going to put us on that trajectory. What happened to sci-fi games, man? This is the Pillar of Autumn. Way. Package is secured. Where's Master Chief? Hold on. Oh, here, look at Miro. So, same scene, right? Watch. You want to see where Master Chief is? Right there. It's right there. You asked. That's so freaking cool, dude. Like, I don't know about you guys, man. I want to live in a world where we do stuff like this. Not necessarily the flood or the covenant part, but that. Right? That. I want that. We can do it. Don't get me wrong. We're not doing anything like this. I'll be long dead and buried by the time we get to this point, but that would be super cool, man. Dig the TV show? No, I didn't watch it. Yeah, not a fan of the whole getting glassed part. Yeah, seriously, no, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair, homie. Yeah, nah, I don't blame you on that one. We'll make the FAA stop dicking around with Elon. Hey, paperwork is paperwork, homie. Goalie, that's playing with fire, dude. You don't. I want the FAA to move their butt too, but also it's very important. It's very important that at this point, especially since this is such a new process, that you kind of follow the rules to the letter. However, the FAA making a seemingly big deal about paperwork. It's not even about the process, dude. It's not even about the rules. It's about the paperwork, which I don't really have. I'm not really a fan of that. But yeah, I get what you're trying to say. I understand both sides of the argument, and I think it's important to keep a cool head here. The best outcome that we can hope for with that whole thing is that SpaceX forces their hand and we get a more succinct process. Elon is beefing with FEMA now. Bill, I think every man has his breaking point, dude. There's only so much crap you can take before you start going off. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of hit my breaking point. The Viper mission, dude, it pissed me off. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you and sit here and pretend like I haven't been able to see that Artemis has glaring problems. But I've been trying to give the benefit of the doubt for a long time because I'm like, you know, what's the point in rhetoric, right? Like that's not gonna get us anywhere. But that's not working. I mean, not that what I say affects what NASA is doing. You know, maybe, you know, every person has their frigging breaking point, man. Elon's tired of it. I don't understand it, but also at the same time, dude, what is going around and pissing off biting the hand that feeds? What's that gonna do? But then again, I don't think Elon would have done that unless he truly felt that he was forced to do this. I mean, the guy, he's been dealing with this process for years. Like I said, if SpaceX wouldn't go off and say the things that they're saying unless they absolutely meant, or they are absolutely sure that the FAA was actually hamstringing them, you know? But the heck does FEMA have to do with rockets? Well, Caveman, I don't know. I'm too tired. I shouldn't talk about this on stream. I really don't want to. He enabled Starlink for the hurricane disaster. For Hurricane Helene, he enabled Starlink in the area for free for a month. For everybody, so people can get in touch with their loved ones and people can get into contact with, you know, with the police and fire departments if they need, you know, help or whatever, and people can be evacuated because there's no roads. There's no road left, guys. I don't know if you've been following that. There is no roads. Highway 40 is destroyed. There's no road. There's no road to get there, and you're in the mountains. There's nothing. So, I'm sure, you know, people have been asking Elon to help us, can you enable Starlink? And he did, right? And I'm sure because Elon, curious mind, dude, this is how he rolls, you know, he likes getting in the middle of things too. Like, that's just how he is, right? Like, whether you like that or not, that can't be denied. I'm sure he went and looking at, like, oh, well, I enabled Starlink, what the heck is the government doing to help? You know, like, I'm positive that that's how that went down, and now he's getting in the middle of it. That's what he does. Like I said, every man has their breaking point, or woman, whatever. You have a breaking point where you're just fed up with it. You know, patience, I think, is a virtue, but yeah, I think it's easy in this day and age to lose your patience, but because there's a lot of static electricity, or not static electricity, static. I mean, there's static electricity too. Hurricanes tend to do that, but I don't know. How much of the FAA stuff do you think is just Elon, or do you really think SpaceX in general is upset with the FAA? I don't think that SpaceX is upset with the FAA. SpaceX is upset that the FAA basically changed their mind. The FAA said it was good, and then they said it wasn't good. Now, don't get me wrong, they can do that. They're allowed to do that. They're an executive. So what does that mean? What they've been delegated legal authority by Congress to carry out rules because they're, you know, technically subject matter experts, right? Just like if I needed to learn something about rockets, I would go talk to Rocket Guy, right? Because Rocket Guy knows about rockets. It's kind of in his name. Good streamer, by the way. You should give him a follow. I2OCKETGUI. Personally, I've lost all my confidence in Elon as a person. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think the dude's under a lot of stress, ABC, but that's fair. Like, I think he's under a lot of stress, and I think he's put himself under a lot of stress for a long time. And I think he's at the point where he's kind of done with it. But you know, I don't know, man. I can't speak for the guy, and neither should you, right? Like, we shouldn't be. Yeah, I know you're speaking for yourself, ABC. Like, I get it. Like, it's just, yeah. Every person has their breaking point, dude. Remember that. There's only so much crap you can take before you snap. Even the most patient people, you know. Oh, thank you, Fanta. No, that's all good, dude. Don't worry about it. I love how we're nowhere near the desert surface, but it's playing the desert windy surface noise. Yeah, but the desert windy surface noise almost kind of makes sense, huh? Alright. Well, we only got 15 minutes before I have to dip out for the flame trench, dudes. So, yeah, let's go to the top of our tower up there. The highest point that I've built, and let's look back and see if it looks right. I hope Elon never goes killdozer with his resources. He could build Voltron. I don't think I don't think he'll get to that point, Bob. We're gonna be here for a second. If you made this in KSP, you'd be getting about 0.1 FPS by now. I'm not sure KSP could take the flame trench to scale by itself, Jim, let alone the ship. That's why I made Grissom's a lot smaller, you know what I mean? It'll be some rich Neuralink customer that goes supervillain, not Elon. Hey Rivian, what's up, dude? Has this gotten disorienting yet? Like we're walking to the end of a platform? Or is your brain still telling you that we're going up? Is that a wall or is that a floor? How you doing? I'm tired, man. Oh, that's awesome. Man, that's cool. Oh, this is gonna look so sick. Dude, it's gonna look awesome. I completely forgot you were making the Halo ship. Guess it wasn't memorable enough then. I'm just messing. Has anyone told Coffee Stain about this build? Nah, don't say anything to them. Let's tell them when it's done. Okie dokie. So the ship is that the with and yellow parts. So those orange parts right there are a cross section amidships for the Pillar of Autumn. It's based off of this drawing from the Halo lore. The Halcyon class light cruiser, the Halcyon class cruisers are built. The reason why they chose these ships to be the one that moves Master Chief and the other Spartans around is because they're built very structurally sound. They're very strong ships. They can take a beating. It's because of the design. It's because of the octagonal design. The way the ship is built is a gigantic honeycomb. They actually, if you read a Halo lore book called The Fall of Reach by Eric Nyland, he talks about this. And what's cool is that when Bungie went to make Halo, the Halo series of games, just like with Marathon, they wrote the entire story out first and explained all the lore. And that's what made them able to crank out all the games really, really quickly. You've seen this done with movies before, like Back to the Future. After the first Back to the Future, they made 2 and 3 kind of simultaneously and just released them a couple years later. They made 2 movies at once. They did that with The Matrix as well. The second Matrix Revolutions and Matrix Reloaded were made at the same time, but released at different points. So The Fall of Reach by Eric Nyland was written. Eric Nyland wrote the book, but it's based off of the Halo Bible that the Bungie developers came up with. They wrote the entire story of Halo out all the way to ODST. And the games were just filling in the blanks for the story. So if you look, it's incorporated into the level design on the Pillar of Autumn. There's diagonal bulkheads here, or diagonal beams here going through some of the decks. And then there's these kind of weird vestibules. Now, if you just you think about it from a game design standpoint, that's just so you can have cover when you're shooting aliens on your spaceship, right? But the Halo developers took that one further and actually went and designed the entire structure of the ship. Don't get me wrong, they didn't fill in all the blanks. We're going to have to take some creative license with this, but that's the general idea. So, if we look at the octagonal structure here, we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tall. And basically, if we go off the center of this right there, more or less, I know that's not the exact center. It's just, this isn't a scale model, right? We're 6 octagons high and 2 octagons wide. That's that. That was a cross section. This is a cross section for the middle of the ship. Right there. Now, if you look at what I'm standing on, where that is all the way down there, those concrete slabs are representing the width of the ship. That's the beam of the ship at its widest. That one right there, that concrete platform that's above the flame trench, the one with the numbers, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. That is the length of the ship. Now keep in mind, I built this so I could get the dimensions for the dry dock. We're going to have to, these were just tests. Trade studies, if you will, if you want to borrow an aerospace engineering term. This whole structure needs to move up so that bottom rectangle, the bottom of the octagon, is basically right there. So we're going to have to shift the whole scale diagram up a little ways so we can get the ship perched over the dock and then start building out from there. But yeah, that is a cross section of what's called hull segment 4. In, once again, Halo lore, you have hull segment 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's just, yeah, once again, the Halo development, this isn't like fan fiction or anything. Like, they really took their time to figure out all the facets of the story. And that's, once again, that's how they figured out everything all at the beginning, and that's how they were able to crank out Halo 1, 2, 3, Reach, ODST, like that. From 2001 to 2007, Bungie was cooking like crazy. They made, dude, these games are masterpieces. Halo, if you want to get into game design, Halo should be studied. It should be studied. It's a brilliant piece of gaming history. Same with GTA, but that's another story. But actually, Rockstar did the same thing, if you really want to know. While GTA 3 was being released, they were already working on Vice City. There was parallel development and overlap there. That's why Rockstar cranked out GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas in 4 years. Think about that. GTA 3 came out in 2000. Well, actually, I think it was 1990. No. Yeah, 2000. Vice City was 2002. San Andreas was 2004. Yeah, that's how game development used to work. The factory will be in the ship, Denny, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm going to put it... most of the factory will probably wind up being in hull segment 4. And... forgive me, I'm probably not going to build as many decks into the ship as the actual one because we need space for the factory, but a lot of it will be there. And Red Dead Redemption. Red Dead Redemption's a masterpiece, dude. Yeah, absolutely. RDR1 and 2. Hardscape, 38-month resub. Thank you. Red Munchkin Raid. What's going on? But yeah, that's... I'm standing on top of my scale diagram model for the ship because I had to start somewhere with the dry dock. So we built the ship. I kind of measured the length of the ship, figure out where I wanted it to be in, 3D space, and then built the dock against it. That engine section is going to be large. 3 octagons for one of the main engines.
Discovery,
Selfish,
go and
yeah.
throttle up.
That's going to be hard to make. Some of this stuff is beyond prefabbing, dude. But I'm cool with that. Hey, Red. Good evening. How's things? Things are great, man. How's things with you? Do you happen to have the jetpack? The last Halo game was good. The show was good. The show got too expensive. Paramount was axing a lot of shows. It's really killing some good CBS shows. Guys, you can call me a cynical prick, and that you'd be probably 100% right. I did not play any Halo game past Halo ODST. I watched a Let's Play of Halo 4 and I was disgusted. So much that I haven't touched a Halo game since. It just... 4 is so stupid. Halo 4, Halo 5, Guardians, Infinite, that's fan fiction as far as I'm concerned, dude. Anything that wasn't done by Bungie, that wasn't written with the original Halo Bible that Joseph Stanton, Frank O'Connor, I think, the original Bungie developers, anything that's there that they didn't write, no, I'm good. It wasn't the same Bungie. Well, you got to remember, after Reach, Microsoft sold, or Bungie and Microsoft parted ways. And Bungie no longer developed Halo games. Microsoft made a studio called 343 Studios, and they basically switched everything out. So the next Halo game wasn't really made by a lot of people that made the originals. That's why I don't like it, because it's not part of the original canonical story. And that's why Halo games since then just feel so ridiculously disjointed compared to the tightness of the first games. Joseph Stanton work on Infinite. Yeah, that's right, Lumpro. That's an important note, but yeah. Once again, I watched a Let's Play for Halo 4, and it's just awful. Just awful. The didact, it's just so bad. Like, guys, I'm sorry. They're just the story is not tight. There's glaring continuity problems. Like, it's just. Yeah, exactly, Hokey. There's just the continuity of it makes no sense to me. Like, okay, this is gonna be a little bit of spoilers. Why the hell why is Cortana rampant? Why is she rampant in 4? That doesn't make any sense. She ascended from rampancy in 3 from the Gravemind. In Halo lore, in the books that were written, once an AI ascends from rampancy, it achieves metastability, and it won't descend back into rampancy again. Basically, in Halo lore, the AIs are flashed from the memory of somebody, and it gets fragmented over time like a computer to the point where the AI goes insane. Cortana went into rampancy, and she was the only AI that didn't. She ascended from rampancy after basically getting too fragmented and achieved a metastability. Like, the books talk about all this. Dr. Halsey talks about this in the Fall of Reach and stuff, with different AIs, with Wesley, the other AI that was flashed from, I think, Captain Keyes or something. And 4 just completely ignored that. And just like, nope, she's rampant again. It's like, okay. All right, okay. So I was just like, you know what? I'll watch this, and then I'm probably not touching this again, ever. Bars. Did I miss one? Hi, Taito. Metastability is only theorized, but then Cortana achieves it in 3. She ascends from rampancy from the Gravemind. What the frick? What the balls? Like, no, she's just rampant again? Yeah, great storytelling, guys. Like, it's just so bad. It's not even well thought out. And then, basically, taking Master Chief and just making him into this kind of, like, you're taking orders from people yelling at you, and then you get that, what is it, Reyes or whatever that guy is. I order you to surrender that AI. Like, the frick this, man. I hate these characters. They're awful. I order you to surrender the AI. We go from characters like Captain Keyes, Sergeant Johnson, the Arbiter, to that guy just pissing and moaning like a whiny bitch. I can't, dude. I was just like, I'm done with this. I'm not touching this ever again. Like, sorry. Yeah, no. You guys can do whatever this is, but it's not Halo no more. You guys like spicy EJ? Well, enjoy it because I'm running on fumes here, man. Enjoy it. I try to be a little more tempered in my points of view about things. Hey, Zonku, 75-month resub. How goes the factory? It's going good. Take a look. I'd love to see anyone try to forcefully take any of it. Dude, the fact that they treat Master Chief like he's just some private, like he's a, like a gunner's mate or something, dude. You know, you're talking to a Master Chief Petty Officer, right? Like, you don't, okay, anybody here in the Navy, back me up. You do not, even if you're an admiral, you don't talk to Master Chief Petty Officers like that. That's or a captain yet. Nope. They ain't gonna take your crap, dude. The Boston is coming out. NSF in 28. Yep. Hey, Kim Jong. Hey, first time chatter, long time lurker. Do you plan on covering the IM-2 launch landing? I'm planning a party. Intuitive machines, Kim? Absolutely. Hell yeah, man. You don't disrespect the backbone of what makes your orders happen. Yeah, it's just gross. Like the captain of the Infinity is just so poorly written. Like, bro, you don't get to be the captain of a ship like that and act like that. It's gross. Like part of the reason why I like the original Halo is because they were very cognizant of how the UNSC is based off of the US Navy. And they're very cognizant of how the Navy works. And that's what makes Halo so cool, because it's realistic, quote unquote, for something that takes place 550 years into the future. It's quote unquote realistic. You can understand these characters. They're very relatable. Right? Like Johnson, for instance. Like, dude. How many sergeant majors are like that? No, I don't know if he's a sergeant major. I forget what his rank was. But, dude, yeah. How many hard-charging people do you see like that in the Marine Corps? Yeah, sergeant major. Yeah, in the Marine Corps. How many? Dude, that makes perfect sense. That's so cool. Like, and then you go to whiny characters, like, it's just... Man, I hope I don't say something I'm gonna regret on Flame Trench today. Anyway, guys, yeah, Zonku, here's the progress. I got the front part of this thing. We started to get the skeleton figured out, guys. I'm thinking we're gonna grind out Satisfactory next week, dudes, and I want to finish at least the outer structure for the dock by the end of next week. If God is love, then you call me Cupid. That's right. I can see what they were going for. There's a reason why Lord Hood is called that. These positions were effectively viable if your family had enough influence. Yeah. I don't know. It shattered the illusion for me, Aqualex. I don't like it. I get what they were trying to do, but... Did EJ ever make his factory? I'm working on it. No fear. All right. I hope I don't swear. I'm tired. I'm tired, boss. I've been streaming for 2 weeks straight. First time in a long time that I've streamed 14 days straight. Oh, I like it. It's fun. It's fun to do this. It's fun to jump back into it and do this stuff again. We got workers and Satisfactory, you know, on the gaming front. We got space news, Flame Trench, rocket launches. I'd like to think that we've hit a good stride here. To be fair, Jacket's the most family friendly. Yeah. We're still representing the NSF brand, Panta. We have to be careful. Anyway. All right. We might have a surprise for you for the flame trench tonight.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Dave. Dude, can't believe you're still going. Yeah. Can't believe you're going for the frigate. Sorry, I read that completely wrong. Pillar of Bottom? No, Pillar of Bottom isn't a frigate, dude. It's a cruiser. Much bigger. I'm gonna build my factory inside of that. All right. So guys, see you over on the pre-show for the flame trench. Yes, on YouTube chat, on the YouTube side of things, I'm shutting the stream down. Because I don't want to restream Flame Trench while NSF is restreaming Flame Trench on YouTube. So if you're on the YouTube channel, you want to click through, I'll put a link in for the YouTube stream. If you're on the Twitch side, you're going to get probably a 30-minute break here. You're going to get about a 30-minute break here. And we're targeting going live in about 23 minutes. So I actually have to get going. Give me 1 second. Oh God, my voice is getting all shaky. All right, so on the YouTube side of things, there's the link for the Flame Trench. If you're on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'll see you in about 20 minutes.